Welcome back, everybody, to Day 2, Session 2, Australian Powerlifting Alliance Classic Open Nationals 2025. Joining me in the commentary box this afternoon, we have Sir Saban. How are you, sir?
I am doing swell, thanks, Chris. How about you?
Very well. 7 cans of Monster deep, but I'll make it till tomorrow.
Amen.
All right, look, before we kick off today's session where you will see an amazing battle in both the under 76 kilo women and the under 93 kilo men's, let's just quickly recap the thirds media best lifter and where we are currently sitting. We'll start with the female side of the draw. And look, the average has been incredible in terms of GLs today, this weekend. So already you see there from yesterday's sessions, Abby Wallace in the lead for best lifter with 111.2 GLs, followed closely by legend Vicky Kay on 110.6. And then just behind Vicky is Shea Zaru with 110.0. And then Elizabeth Craven in 106. Pretty crazy to see that the top sort of 8 women already, we're only a couple sessions deep, are already above 100 GLs, which is just incredible to see. And if we jump to the men's side of the draw, Leo out in front on 110.1. Kien also right up there, 109.45. Kana, 109.3. And then Nathan Tarnas in 109.26. Followed closely behind by Kevin at 106. And as you see there, top 11 or 12 lifters on the men's side of the draw, already above 102.7, which is absolutely insane. And look, Leo's got a pretty commanding lead there. Looking at the rest of the draw and their projected GLs, I'm not sure that anyone else is going to be able to challenge, but crazy things have happened, so we'll see. Speaking of crazy things, so let's jump into today's sessions. Who we got coming up in the under 76s?
So, in the under 76s, in nominating totals, going from lowest to highest, we have Holly Ryan with 417. Also on 417, we have Dorota Bragg. Then at 420, we have Trinity. And at 430, we have Caitlin. At 442.5, we have Hannah Altman. At 452.5, we have Evangeline. And at 462.5, Jung Ling Kilgannon. And finally, our front runner for the 76ers is Shania. Now, the regional qualifying total for the 76 kilo class is 495 kilos, which I assume Shania and probably a couple other girls will be gunning for. The world's qualifying total is 510 kilos. Now, that means Shania has to put 30 kilos on her best total. That's our front runner. If we're looking at anywhere below that, we're looking at close to 50 kilos, which is a massive stretch.
Yeah, wow, that's a very high total. And obviously, Brittany was in this class last year and got close to that. And even in the 69, she just reached over 500 at SPD Cup late last year. But look, and Shania's training's coming a long way. So who knows, 5'10", 30 kilos seems like a stretch, but her training's been going well. So,
yeah.
And look, that extra, that goal to reach for, it can do amazing things in terms of someone's prep. So let's see. Definitely the regional at 495, I think, it will definitely be in the minds of many of the lifters coming out here tonight. Again, Jung has been progressing really well, and Evangeline not far behind also. So it's going to be an exciting matchup.
Yeah, we've got a real good battle there. There's a couple of small matchups where they'll be fighting for 4th, fighting for 3rd, fighting for 6th. You know, there's competition throughout the weight class. Moving on to our 93 kilo class, a much more contentious class where we've got a fair few lifters. So we'll have 2 sessions of 93s. Now going from the bottom to the top in nominating totals, we have Aaron with 690, Daniel Liu with 690, and Michael Wu with 690. So 3 lifters already on 690. There'll definitely be some heat there. 2.5 kilos above them is Michael at 692. And at 697.5, we have Aiden. Now, going into the 700s, we have Richard, who has a nominated total of 700. Edward, who has a nominated total of 707.5, but that kid's got a monster deadlift. He's just come out of the juniors as well. We have Jade at 710. Lennox Liu, who started all the way as a 74 back in 2022 and is now competing in the 93s at 715 nominated total. Joseph has a 727.5 and 2.5 kilos above him, Perth local Jonathan at 730. We also have Daniel Lee at 7:30. So there's a good 7:30 batch up there for fight for 6th. Then we have Dean with 7:37.5, a little bit in the lead. We have Simon, the recently graduated junior deadlift machine, will likely load what he needs at the end of the day with 7:58.5 nominated total. We have Callan Gibbons in 3rd place with his nominated total of 782.5. 10 kilos above him at 792.5 is Adam Jones, the veteran of the game. And finally, with a national record total, we have Josh Takua with 806.5 kilos.
Wow.
It is going to be hot, Chris.
Absolutely stacked class. And speaking of Simon Shahi, Jacob managed to catch up with him earlier in the week. Let's see what he had to say.
I'm here with Simon in the lead up to the 2025 Open National Series with the Australian Powerlifting Alliance. Simon, how you feeling?
Feeling good. I had a great prep.
It's good.
And yeah, just got to wait till Saturday now.
Now, you are coming out of your junior year. This is your first year in Open. You've got a lot of big contenders for that podium. What are you setting your sights on?
What I always do, gold.
I love it. Now, coming off your Malta experience, obviously you gained a lot going, international. That's always a great platform to really build up your experience. Are you bringing lessons over to Open Nationals now and kind of going, okay, I'm taking a different approach with this one?
Yeah, definitely. My whole prep has had, that was a blessing in disguise.
Yeah.
And my training since then has gone levels above what I used to be, and I've matured a lot.
Awesome. What are you most looking forward to with Open Nationals outside of competing?
Yeah, it's a great. I've never been to WA. It's good to meet people that you just see on Instagram. Good community, and yeah, just watching the battles, because there's a lot 66ers. There's a lot of good battles.
Yeah. Do you think that 66 battle is probably the one you want to look out for in the men's at the moment?
That's going to be very exciting, because any one of those could win.
Yeah,
Literally.
it's very tight.
Yeah.
Now, I heard word on the street, biggest deadlift in Australia. Are you taking that home?
I'm not going to reach for anything that's not there,
The gold's there.
And then whatever happens, I'm not going to do anything like stupid that's far out of the realm. We'll see what happens on the day.
Sick, man. I am so excited to see you on the platform. Welcome to Perth and good luck.
Thank you so much. Goodbye.
So there you see Simon Shahi. Hey, look, genuine potential between him and Sam Butterworth to take home the title of biggest deadlift. But speaking to both of them earlier in the week, neither wants to do anything silly. That's not what they're here for. They want to win their weight class. And as you see there, Simon, that's what he's locked in on. He won't risk going home with a title like biggest deadlifter if it means risking the 93 kilo champion and potentially that world spot. So, yeah.
That's right. We saw Simon at Junior Worlds. Because he wasn't in the A flight, I don't think his priorities was taking home a medal, finishing as high as he can. He had his goals straight. Now that he's in Open and he's in serious contention at a shot for gold, he doesn't want to load whatever to get the biggest. He doesn't need a participation medal of the biggest deadlift in Australia. He wants the gold medal in the 93 kilo class.
Absolutely.
Now, with the regional and worlds qualifications at the 93, we have a fair few lifters hitting the regional already with their nominated total. The regional qualification is 752.5 kilos, and the worlds qualifying total is 780 kilos. So our top 3 nominated 93s have already hit their, based on their nominated total, have hit a worlds qualification, and our top 4, based on nominateds, have hit a regional. We'll see how many hit that regional 752.5, and we're expecting that world's total to really be pushed. I mean, even looking now at things coming up, Adam Jones, obviously you have to put in your openers before things come onto the platform, and Adam Jones, based on his openers, has a total of 755 already.
Wow.
So assuming he lands his openers, he needs to make a 5 kilo jump somewhere to qualify for worlds.
Yeah, seems to have loaded a massive opener there. You see at 300. Which it's definitely, like, he's got more in the tank for sure, but it does seem rather high. So he's either feeling phenomenal or knows something that we don't.
Yeah.
So let's see how that one plays out.
I know Adam Jones is phenomenal at taking care of his body, finding what works for him. You know, he has, I think, over 10 years in the sport and 10 years competing. He's gone to 4 world championships, if I'm not mistaken, across 2 weight classes. So this guy's no stranger to the battle. If he's opening at 300, he must be confident about it.
Absolutely. And you see there, Josh Takua opted to open his squat fairly light, which is good. This is his first or second comp on the IPF side of the powerlifting draw. Did have some troubles with depth at SBD Cup, missed his opener, come out and grabbed the second, and then the third just wasn't there on strength at depth.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's adjusted that in training over the last few months. And, you know, it's good just to come out here at his first APA Nationals, blow the cobwebs out with a nice 275, which I'm sure he will be able to smoke, get his confidence, and then I'm sure we will see probably 25 kilo jumps out of Josh.
Yeah, I reckon we'd go into the 300s on seconds.
Yeah.
One of the things that I'm interested in seeing, we saw this morning Hong missed on depth on his opener and went up anyway. I wonder for a squatter of the capacity of Josh, is 275 going to be enough to sink him in the hole? If he gets reds on depth, is he going to go up anyway?
Well, look, he has to, right? He's got Adam and Simon there. That top 3, if you miss a squat here, the day is going to get out of reach very quickly.
That's right.
Particularly with Simon coming with that monster deadlift at the end. So, look, I think he would have to. We've seen him squat 295 to depth, easy.
Yeah.
You know, so he would be safe to go up, I think, as long as there's no other technicalities in there.
Yeah.
But let's see. Let's see. It's going to be exciting to watch.
It will. We've also got him opening with the lightest deadlift, and we know based on track record, he'll likely pull last. So he's really looking to build the subtotal through squat and bench. I don't think he can afford to miss an attempt, really.
Well, no one really can in that top 3 tonight. And I mean, and then Callan is going to be right behind him as well. So, you know, he'll be knocking on that door. Jonathan Caruso is an amazing lifter. We've seen him in the 83 kilos last year. He's come up to the 93s, which will be much better for him. He had to do some pretty big cuts to get to that 83, so I don't think we've ever seen his full potential on the platform due to those cuts. This year, obviously, at the heavier body weight, he'll be able to unload his full potential. So it's going to be a tight battle for that top 5.
Definitely is.
All right, earlier in the week, we also caught up with Shania. I'll show you that now.
I'm here with Shania, who's competing in the under 76 class for the APA 2025 Open National Series. Shania, how are you feeling?
Feeling good, feeling ready.
You've been to WA a few times?
Once.
Once
UFC.
now? Ah,
This is
UFC.
twice.
UFC.
This is twice.
What do you love most about WA?
Strength club.
You didn't get paid to say that.
No, I didn't. No, but truly, strength club. I think you guys have built a really amazing community here, and it's cool to just come and be welcomed by everyone. So
It's been good to have everyone in here.
Yeah.
Talk to me about the competition. All right, 76 class, bit of density at the top end.
Yeah.
What are we looking at doing for this weekend?
9 for 9.
Cool.
Always 9 for 9 is the goal. But definitely take out that national champion. That's my big goal for this comp. Yeah, I think after last year, second place, being kind of within reach final pool. So I really want to execute that and come out top.
This will be your third nationals?
Third nationals,
Awesome.
Yeah.
What other battles should we look forward to on the women's side?
Ooh, I mean, I would have said 69s, but we've had a few people pull out now.
Yeah.
I think 57s.
Yep.
I think there'll be a lot of people kind of keeping their training a little bit secret there.
Yeah.
63s.
Yep.
Shay and then Abby. They're probably the top ones, and then Nat and Lucy, 84 plus, big girls.
Coaches battle, right? Yeah. I definitely think the women's side has seen a surge of this is anyone's game. I think, past few years it's probably been a bit more of a clear-cut winner, but I don't think this year.
Nah, but I think it's all healthy competition too. I think that's
Absolutely.
the cool thing. Nat and Lucy especially. So
Absolutely.
yeah.
Cool. All right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And I wish you the best of luck.
Thanks.
The sport of competitive powerlifting challenges the strength, discipline, and determination of its athletes. Competitions consist of 3 main lifts: the squat, the bench press, and the deadlift. Each competing athlete makes 3 attempts within each discipline. The highest weight achieved on each lift is then summed to form the athlete's total. Competitions are categorized by weight classes. The athlete with the highest total in their weight class at the end of the competition is the winner. In the case of a draw, the lifter with the lighter body weight will take out the title. There are 3 referees on the platform who will each determine if the lift falls within the rules of the federation. A white light indicates that the lift is good, while a red light indicates that part of the lift fell outside of the rules. Each referee sits on a different angle, so all will have a slightly different viewpoint. If an athlete achieves 2 or more white lights, the lift is considered a good lift. If the athlete receives 2 or more red lights, the lift is unsuccessful and will not count to their total. The athlete must achieve at least 1 good lift in each discipline to proceed through the competition. The first lift performed in competition is the back squat. The athlete must stand completely motionless after unracking the bar, with their knees locked and torso in an upright position. Once in the correct position, the head referee will give the squat command. A good lift is awarded where the knees and hips are locked, adequate depth is reached, there is no downward movement of the bar, and all commands are followed.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We are getting ready. We have our first squat of the day loaded on the bar. Everything is slowly coming into place. Referees are seated. They have their controls. Spotters and loaders are prepped and ready. Crowd is slowly filling up, and they know the battle is going to come. The beautiful thing about the later parts of the weekend is that athletes that have competed, they can come on and spot and load, help with tech desk, that kind of stuff, because they don't want to do it before. They're happy to do it after. So on stage, we have a competitor from the 83s yesterday and a few other Perth locals. Now, an important detail we forgot to mention before, is Jonathan Caruso, who's coming over. Is not an 83 anymore, but the 730 kilo nominated total was completed as an 83, which is insane, because on his openers for this competition today, he has 730 already, assuming he makes all lifts. Welcome back, Chris.
Yeah, look, like I said, Jonathan's going to be exciting to watch. He's a bit of an unknown, given we haven't seen him at 93. So anything could happen. His training totals, suggest anything above 800 is possible. Definitely got the strength for that. So let's see what happens out here today. Obviously has to make squats, make his benches to comp standards. But coming up now, we have Caitlin Cray, 130 kilos loaded on the bar.
Caitlin coming out of Victoria. She takes that one nice and deep from the right angle. Let's see what the referees have to say about it. 3 white lights for that one. Great opener. Nerves are going to be shaken off in these attempts, and then we will get into the good stuff.
All right. We have Trinity Rushton coming out now. She's going to take 137.5 kilos for her first squat.
Trinity also coming out of South Australia.
Where are you off to, Saul?
Like our good friend Jonathan Caruso. So we'll see what kind of show South Australia can put up today.
Wow. explodes out of the hole for that one. A nice and easy opening squat.
That looked phenomenal from this angle. The referees agree. 3 white lights.
Yeah, very nice to open her squats, get the nerves out of the system. And coming up now, we have Holly Ryan. She's going to take 147.5 for her opening squat. You can see a squat progression there. She's progressed a fair bit over the last 2 years. And her most recent squat was around 160 in competition. So opening just 12.5 kilos below that. So she could be in range of a PB today.
We might even see her comp PB on her second.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like she takes 10s to 7.5 sort of kilo jumps between her squats, looking at the data.
And funnily enough, she is competing against her coach. Her and Shania are both in this weight class, and her coach is Shania.
Yeah, unfortunately, okay, she got 3 reds with yellow cards. Yellow card typically on the squat is for a jumped command. I was looking around the room instead of looking at the replay, but I'm assuming she jumped a command there. Obviously, there are a number of things that each card can mean, but generally the yellow is most likely for a missed command on the squat. That's okay. Plenty of strength there. I'm sure she can come back out. She'll probably go up, I would say, on the next one. Now she's got the nerves out of the system. Dorota Bragg now coming out. 157.5 for her opening attempt. Has squatted as high as 167 in the past, back in November last year. So starting not far below that. I'm sure we'll be heading for a PB today if she's successful here.
Dorota also weighing in really light today at 73.78.
Yeah, okay. So obviously the lifters basically have to weigh in between the weight classes. So the one below is under 69. So if you're in the under 76, you must weigh at least 69.1 or all the way up to 76 on the dot. So if you're following along a lifting cast at home, you can see what each athlete weighed in at. Now obviously that comes into play when we get to the back end of the draw. And if there is a tie at the end of the result, the lifter with the lighter body weight will take home the title.
Now up for her opener, Evangeline coming out for 160 kilos on the bar.
Yeah, and Evangeline's got a big squat. Her last squat in November was 177.5.
Wow. Taking it.
She opened at that comp at 160 as well and took a 12.5 kilo jump up to 172.5 and then 177 for a third. Doesn't miss many third squats. Only has a miss percentage of 25%, so 1 in 4.
Looked like a great squat there. Let's see what the refs have to say about that one. 2-1. So it's a good lift. The right-hand referee got a red with a red card.
And the red cards are typically for depth. If you can see that on the stream or if you're watching a lifting cast, red card typically for depth on the squad. Okay, up next we'll see Jung. Now Jung is one who has made a lot of progress in recent times. Squatted as high as 177.5 in November. And you can see there, has a best total of 452. Doesn't miss a lot of lifts either, which is always good to see. The lifters that go 8 from 9, 9 from 9 typically will take home the more titles. Jung gets settled here.
That looked like a very good squat from here.
Yeah, she likes it. Big smile on the face. 3 wide lights. Good lift for Jung. She gets her account underway.
Up next with 170 kilos on the bar, we have Hannah coming out for her opening squat. Now, Hannah is nominated second, and she's got a big bodyweight advantage at 73.58.
Hannah, a very experienced lifter. You see, like in the last 3 years, she's done 8, 9 comps.
Wow.
She's been to regionals. I think she was at Oceanias last year. Or was it Commonwealths? Commonwealths, I think. And she had a great day there. So I'm really excited to see what she can do here today. Her lifts have been looking great on Instagram. Let's see how she goes here with 170 kilos. And in fact, this will be opening on a PB if the data I have is correct.
Wow.
So things have obviously been moving very well.
On a match PB or on a...
On a comp PB, yeah. Best squat, 167.5.
Good on it.
Well, okay. Well, if that's a PB, that's amazing. That was very quick. Great start to the
Absolutely
comp for
insane.
Hannah. We could be looking to see a big total here.
Yeah. And all she needs to do, if the opportunity arises, is match Shania, because she has the bodyweight advantage.
Oh, wow. Well, it's going to get exciting here, guys. Okay, we have, speaking of Shania now coming out. Shania's going to open her account with 182.5, which is also an equal PB that she set back in October, which was SBD Cup. So Shania squats, obviously, progress has been coming along very well as well. Let's see how she handles this here.
If she's opening on a squat PB, a match squat PB, who knows where she'll end up total-wise, because the regional qualification may be well in reach. It's only 15 kilos away from her last nominated total at SBD Cup, and we'll see how close she gets to that 5'10 Worlds qualification.
Absolutely. Well, that moves well. And like you said at the start, Saw, she only needs 30 more kilos on her best total to reach that. If she can pick up 10 or 12 here on the squat, a couple on the bench, and maybe a couple in the deadlift, she does have a big deadlift, she's going to potentially push pretty close.
And looking at her openers, Chris, she's opened on a match squat PB. She's also going to open on a match bench PB.
Oh, wow.
So she's really looking good, and that trajectory looks positive for any international qualification she wants.
Well, it's going to be a battle. Shania and Hannah later on. Here we have Caitlin Cray now coming up for her second. She's jumped up 10 kilos to 140. And this looks like it'll be just below her best ever at 142.5. So if this is successful, pacing well towards a third. Looking at the data, she's actually never missed a third squat. So that's always a good sign.
Very nice looking second there. The referees agree.
Yeah, like a little bit harder than her opener, obviously, as we would expect, but definitely just watching it back. Ah, yeah, she's got at least another 5 to 7.5 in the tank there for a third, I would say. So pacing well towards a PB here today for Caitlin. And Trinity Russian out now, jumping up 7.5 kilos to 145.
She looked really good and solid and deep in her opening squat. Let's see if she can maintain that depth, convince the judges, and come away with 3 made attempts.
Great. Yeah, looks great. Second attempt.
Chris, I'm not a qualified judge, but I have a side-on angle, and that the referees do agree. Very, very deep squat. Unquestionable.
Yeah, and really it didn't move any different to her opener. She's got plenty more in the tank there.
We'll see what the attempt card comes in for the next one.
I don't have much data available for Trinity, unfortunately, so I'm not sure exactly what she's done in the past. But here we have Holly Ryan out now.
Holly taking a 2.5 kilo jump despite missing her opener. Now, she did get 3 yellow cards, which is likely command, so she's just got to make sure she listens to the referees, nails everything to get herself on the board. Gets all the commands from the referees. Let's see what they say. Unfortunately, 2-1. Now, Chris, we have 1 blue card and 1 red card from the center and left refs.
Yeah, so look, the center red is likely for depth. It did look slightly higher from where we're sitting. The blue can mean a number of things. It can mean an incomplete lift, like the knees not being locked, for example. It could also mean bar movement up and down. I didn't see any bar movement on that one, obviously. But yeah, it did probably look a little bit higher from where we were sitting.
Right, moving on to Dorota, we've got 165, a 10 kilo jump from her opener.
So be an equal PB if successful for Dorota.
And that looks really clean. I think there's a lot of room there, Chris.
Yeah, so equal PB for Dorota. She'll now, I would say, yeah. Let's see, what has she jumped in the past? She jumps 10 to 7.5. So let's see if she puts in a 175 for her third and final.
It's always a nice achievement when you finish off the reds and top it off with a nice silver collar.
Absolutely.
Up next, Evangeline will be taking 172.5 kilos for her second attempt. This is a 12.5 kilo jump from her opener.
Yeah, so Evangeline matching the progression she had in the previous comp, jumped that 12.5 up to 172.5.
Finishing at 177.5 last comp, and that was in November last year.
I think if this one moves well here, I'm sure she will likely jump more than 5 and try and get the PB on that last squat.
She looks good there.
See what the refs say. Yeah, 3 white lights. Good lift.
Phenomenal. Now, she's coached by Victor Liu. He's on the sidelines. He's a very active coach, giving lots of cues and support to his lifters. And his lifters have been doing great this weekend. So I'm very excited to see the attempt that they put in.
Yeah, it's always good to listen to Victor. He has nice, clear communication with his athletes from the sideline. And Jung coming out here now. She's jumped up 7.5 to 175.
Another very vocal coach, Aiden Potts, on the sideline. A little bit of a shake, but she smiles at the end. I think she knows she's got a little bit more. The referee's happy with that one. 3 white lights.
And look, she did hit 177.5 back in September last year. So 175 just below her previous PB.
Speaking of 177.5, Evangeline also opting for 177.5, which will match her competition PR. Up next, Hannah taking 177.5 for her second.
Yeah, so again, this will be a 12.5 kilo PB for Hannah after opening above her previous personal best.
When was that last PB set? It was in November.
She had hit 167.5 back in 2023, but 165 back in November. Well, moves that very nicely. Has come up a weight class as well, so if you look here, previous comps prior to October 24 were at 69 kilos, and then it looks like in November she did a comp at 76. Obviously to get the qualifier to come here today.
That's right. 167.5 was her best 69 kilo squat. So obviously with more body weight, the squat is one of the lifts that will get easier. Up next, Shania taking a 7.5 kilo jump to 190 kilos on her second squat. Now, for Shania, this is a 7.5 kilo comp PB on her second attempt. I don't think she would be taking big risks here. So 7.5 kilos here, 7.5 kilos on any of the other lifts, Chris, and she's already got 15 kilos to hit the regional.
Yeah, her goal is clear here today. She does have that little bit of a lead, so there's not as much pressure to have to look behind, although Hannah's having an amazing day so far. But she can really focus on that QT.
Nice.
Well, looks good from here. Moves well, nice and smooth top to bottom, doesn't get bullied around. 3 white lights for Shania. So like you said, Saw, already 7.5 kilos towards the regional or the world's qualifier, depending on how our other lifts are progressing. Squat certainly seems to be moving very well.
Yeah, super well. We'll wait to see what the attempt card is here. Now, based on Hannah Altman's third squat and Shania's third squat, Shania's attempt hasn't been put in yet. Here we go. 193, which is a national record. So she'll be taking a 3 kilo lead. But Chris, it only leaves in the forecasted total an 8 kilo gap between Hannah and Shania.
Wow. Holly Ryan coming out now. She's going to retake 150. She needs this to stay in the competition. Hopefully the crowd will get right behind her here.
She looks good from here, Chris. Fights it up. Let's see what the refs have to say this time.
She gets it 2-1. Good lift. And you can see there in the replay, her squat is right on the line. It's, that time she just sunk it a little bit deeper and got the whites. So great work for Holly there. She's on the board. That's what we like to see. And she can move on into bench. Here comes Caitlin Cray now. 150 on the bar, jumping up 10 kilos. And this will be a 7.5 kilo PB for Caitlin if successful. Two previous squats have looked good.
And Caitlin hasn't missed a third attempt, so we'll see how this one moves and if her track record continues.
Well, sinks it super deep into the hole, fights it on the way up, but great looking squat, and takes home the PB with 3 white lights.
Yeah, her streak of no missed third squats continues.
That's what you need. So it takes home a 7.5 kilo PB. Awesome day so far for Caitlin. See if she can keep it up into bench. And Trinity Rushton now coming out. She'll be jumping up 7.5 to 152.5.
She's been making really convincing squat attempts so far. I don't think depth is going to be an issue for her. She's also someone with really long femurs, so she's got to get quite forward to get depth. It looks good from here. She fights up very nicely. That's exactly how you want a third to look. Let's see what the refs have to say about it.
Look, that was super deep. Saw from where we're sitting, probably a couple of inches deeper than she needs to be there. Look at that.
Yeah, I'm not surprised with the 3 white lights there.
Great lift for Trinity. Walks away with 152.5.
Pretty sure the blind referee would give her white lights on that one.
I would hope so. All right. Dorota now coming out. She's jumped up 7.5 kilos. She equaled her previous best on her second, so this is now a 7.5 kilo PB if successful. Here she comes. Looking fired up. Coached by the legend Liz Craven over there on the sidelines.
It looks good from here, Chris.
Moves well. Moves well through at lights. The refs agree.
Adding 7.5 kilos to her comp personal best.
Nice. We are seeing some big PBs from a number of lifters here this afternoon. Which is pretty amazing to come out here at Nationals with 3 of the top referees in the country. The standard is super high. And walking away with PBs.
Another thing we've seen, which is not so common in a lot of flights, is no missed thirds yet.
Don't give him the curse, mate. Don't give him the curse. Here comes Evangeline. We have a 5 kilo jump, 177.5. She squatted this before at a previous comp. Should be well in her reach today. First 2 squats have looked good.
Victor Liu, the biggest supporter on the sidelines. That was a phenomenal attempt selection there. It looked really good from here. Let's see what the refs have to say about it.
Oh, unfortunately.
No.
2 cards.
One blue and one red. So one likely for depth and the other one maybe soft knees.
Or they may have hit the wrong button. Not sure. Always hard to tell. But yeah, look, excellent weight selection for her there. She wouldn't have had a kilo more. Great fight on the way up. Unluckily, doesn't quite get it. Here comes Jung now. $2.5 kilo PB if successful.
She fights the fight and gets the bar up.
Yeah, this is a great fight from Jung.
Phenomenal work there, getting 3 white lights from the referees. Unquestionable.
Just does really well to hold back position there through that sticking point. Pushes through. Great lift. She's only done a couple of comps at the 76 kilo weight as well. She's often competed in the 84s or under 84s. So the cut doesn't seem to have worried her too much today. She's walked away with that PB. Hannah Altman now coming out also in PB land with 185 kilos loaded for her third. She's been looking really good so far. This will be a 20 kilo PB if she's successful. Oh, sorry, 17.5 kilo PB if she's successful.
Wow, that is insane. And not even from so long ago. We're looking at November, 3 months ago. She's been really disciplined on the squat so far. She gets it down and up. Let's see what the refs have to say. Unfortunately, 2-1. Yeah, she didn't hit depth there.
Yeah, you see there just parallel but not below, which it needs to be, unfortunately, for Hannah. But still walks away with a big PB. Her previous best squat before this was 167.5, so she's added a heap to that total today. Okay, coming out now, we have Shania. She's loaded 193 for the national record. Just a 3 kilo jump, which is safe. She doesn't want to leave any kilos behind here. The 190 looked good. I expect this should be within range.
Now, the current national record is set at 191 by Kelly Fagan in the 76 kilo class. So this will be chipping it by 2 kilos.
Okay. I believe that was set at SBD Cup, if I remember correctly. So let's see what Shania can do here.
190 moved like there was room.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
So I don't think 193 is such a risk here.
No. Should be within range.
She looks good.
Oh, she's got that easy. Depth looked great from our angle. I'm sure the referees will agree. They do. 3 white lights.
Wonderful to see. Big smiles and a big cheer from Shania.
Shania takes the national squat record and, most importantly, adds 13 kilos to her previous best squat, which starts to push her very close to the regional qualifier. Oh, sorry. 10.5 kilos to her best ever squat before this competition. So that's 10 kilos towards the 495 that she needs. She only needs another 4.5 now on above her best previous bench and her best previous deadlift to achieve that 495 qualifier.
Now moving into the 93 kilo class, we'll have 2 flights of 93s. We have Michael Bartimot taking 210 kilos for his opening squat. Wonderful. Let's see how that one back. That was a beautiful opener, Chris.
Yeah, that looked great. Let's watch the replay here. Depth is good. Boom. Snappy.
Now, he has squatted 242.5 in the past, so we'll likely expect a slightly bigger jump than we've seen in the women's class. Up next, also at 210 kilos, Daniel Liu taking his opening squat. Now, Daniel's prep finished at a 250 kilo squat, so 40 kilos under that. He's likely done this for reps. And that looked real good.
Yeah, barely even the last warm-up, that one. But like you said, it's nationals. You need to come out, get the nerves out, get a squat on the board. So smart move there. Gets the 3 white lights. Best ever squat is 240. We've only seen one comp on the IPF side of the draw for Daniel.
Up next at 225 kilos, our first 4-place squat, Michael Wu is approaching the bar for his opener.
Shakes the hands of the spotters. We see there Michael's numbers, best ever 242.5 on the squat, 147.5 on the bench, 300 deadlift for a 690 total. Has never missed the 3rd squat. From his last, well, we only have 2 competitions in the last 2 years. But has gone 6 from 6 on squats in those comps. Here he goes, 225.
Looking very snappy on that one.
Yeah, that's a great looking opener. 3 white lights from the referees.
Now, we have seen an absolute masterclass on the openers so far. Each of these lifters making their attempts look easier and easier than the person behind them. Now we have Edward's son, the lightest 93 in the weight class, weighing in at 85.86, coming out for 230 kilos.
Yeah, so Edward's best ever squat, 260 kilos, 147.5 on the bench, 307 on the dead for a 707 total.
Wow. I'm a little bit lost for words, Chris. Every single bar has moved so speedily.
Well, look, I think it's smart. It's smart attempt selection. So often we see it at nationals where people want to open higher than they, or where they normally would at a local comp. But reality is you've travelled, you've cut, it's nationals. There's 200 people in the room. The lights are. There's all these factors playing against you. It's safe to just get one on the board. You can always take a slightly bigger jump to your second.
That's right. Here we got Richard coming out for 232.5.
Just clips the rack a little on the way out, but it doesn't bother him. Opener moves well. He has squatted as high as 257 in the past. So that opener moves as we would have expected.
3 white lights from the referees. Up next, Jade taking 242.5 for his opener.
So out comes Jade now. So just 12.5 below his last comp squat, which was back in September last year. 15 below his best ever.
Coming out with the mismatched knee sleeves and mismatched shoes. Nice. Stands up strongly with that weight. Let's see what the rest have to say about it.
Now, do you think he bought both colours? in the shoes and the knee sleeves, and he's just mixed and matched, or has he swapped with someone else?
I think he must have swapped with someone else. I mean, who buys 2 pairs of shoes? But this guy's really classy. Maybe he did.
Maybe. 3 white lights there, a good lift to open his account.
Up next, we have Aiden taking 245 kilos for his opening squat, 15 kilos under his comp PB.
And his opener moves well.
Let's watch that one back. Awesome work there from Aiden.
Yeah, plenty of depth. Nothing there for the refs to pick on. And he does well.
Up next, we have Aaron Orbani taking 257.5 for his opening squat.
Has squatted as high as 272 in the past. In his last competition, squatted 265 back in October. So opening not far below that here.
He makes that one look like easy work. 2-1 good lift. Center ref has given a red light with a red card. Up next, we have Lennox, our second lightest lifter of the weight class at 88.26, taking 265 kilos for his opening squat.
Yeah, big opener. Only 10 kilos below his best ever squat. Obviously feeling confident. Nice and controlled squat there.
Lennox looks really good here. Now, Chris, an important detail for Lennox. His nominated total at 715 was 1, done as an 83, and 2, he missed his deadlift twice on a speed wobble and only got his 3rd attempt.
Yeah, right. Okay.
That was in July. He'll likely be looking at a redemption competition here, hoping to set a lot more kilos on that total.
Absolutely. Okay, Michael coming out now we're into the second round of squats here, and he's got 230 loaded on the bar. Best ever squat of 247, so he's got room to move here. 20 kilo jump from his opener. So we could see him pace towards PB territory today if he takes another 17.5 or 20 kilo jump. But let's see how this moves first. Oh, relatively easy work there for him. Gets the 3 white lights, good lift. Tiny little sticking point there in the middle, but he's able just to fly straight through it.
Up next, we have Daniel Liu taking 230 kilos for his second attempt. Both lifters opening at 210 and taking a 20 kilo jump. Now, Michael has put in an attempt for 237.5 for his 3rd. Here comes Daniel for 230. Daniel also looking pretty confident on that 230.
Yeah, given his previous squat is only 240, I think he's got well and truly more than that left in the tank for today. Let's see what he locks in for his 3rd in a moment.
Up next, we have Michael Wu taking 240 kilos, a 15 kilo jump from 225.
Yeah, and the previous best that we have on record here, 242.5, back mid last year. So just 2.5 below that here on his second.
We'll likely be looking at PB territory on the third.
I would say so.
That looked phenomenal, Chris. Now, Michael finished his prep based on Instagram research at 250 kilos. 240 moved pretty buttery. I think we might see a little bit more.
Okay, so if he finished his prep at 250, best previous comp lift is 242.5, and that 240 moved extremely well. Excited to see what he comes out for the third. All right, Edward's son now coming out, 245. He's jumped up 15 kilos from 230 to 245. He's done a lot of comps over the last couple of years. Previous best squat, 260. Again, 15 kilo jump. He may be pacing towards that today.
Nice. A decent second attempt there from Squid.
Yeah, it looks good from here, Saul.
The referees agree. I think he's got room. I don't know if 260 is in the cards today.
Yeah, 15 will be a big jump. There was a little bit of work there in the middle. But you never know. I don't follow his training close enough to make that call. But let's see what him and his coach lock in. Chalik now coming out. He's got 250 loaded up, taking a 17.5 kilo jump.
That second looks like a bit of work, but he stands up very confidently at the top. Gets 3 white lights from the referees. Now we have Jade taking 255 for his second squat of the day.
Wow. And as we see here, 255 is his best previous squat. Even when he was up in the 105s, only squatted 252.5. So this will be equal. Oh, sorry, he did squat 257.5 back in November 23. So let's see how he paces here.
Now, Chris, a really subtle detail about this lifter's fit is his glasses, at least on the left side, match his left knee sleeve. I don't know if you can see that.
I'm colourblind, so I don't look at colours that closely, but good pick-up, Saul.
Sorry to put you on the spot there, Chris.
Wow, that moves
looked
very
nice.
good. So just 2.5 kilos below his best ever squat that we have on record here. He is pacing for a nice little PB here this afternoon. And just a reminder, if you are looking for other 93 kilo lifters that haven't come out yet, we do have 2 flights this afternoon of 93s and the 76 kilo women's flight, so a 3-flight session. So once we round out this round of squats, flight C will come out.
Up next, Aiden taking a 15 kilo jump to 260. 245 wasn't too much work for him. Let's see how he moves 260.
Yeah, as we expected, jumped to 260, which was his previous PB back in November.
He has a significant sticking point there, but manages to push through it. Crowd gets around him for it too. He gets 3 white lights from the referees on that one. Up next, we have Aaron taking 272.5 on his second attempt squat, which is a 15 kilo jump from his first. Now, let's double check this one. Aaron's best ever squat is 272.5, so this will match it. And his last comp was 265. And Chris, this guy looks good for more.
Absolutely. That moved like an opener, I guess.
Yeah. We'll see what the next attempt card he puts in. Up next with a 20 kilo jumps, Lennox Liu will be taking 285 kilos for a spin. Now, this is pretty crazy to see from a lifter weighing under 90 kilos.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but I mean, best previous squat was 275, but that does look like it was in the 83 kilo class. So, yeah, so we might see some big PBs here in the 93s for Lennox today.
A 10 kilo PB on the second means it's likely not a risky move. He looks sturdy. A great descent and even better ascent there on his squat. Let's watch that one back. He gets 2-to-1 good lift with the side referee giving a blue card, maybe for soft knees. Up next we have Michael taking 237.5. $230 looked like he had a room. This is 5 kilos under his personal best in competition. Big push. Makes good work of 237.5. The referees agree. He gets 1 red from the center ref, but 2 white lights, passes the lift. He secures 3 for 3 on squat.
Yeah, it fights him a little bit in the middle, but he's able just to push through, holds position well. We'll have Daniel Liu now coming out for his third at 245.
Now a 15 kilo jump from his second, but 5 kilos under what he finished prep with. He looks good. The nod's on the way up and gets the rack command from the referees. 3 white lights on that one. Great work, Daniel. 245 secured and another 3 for 3 on squat. Squid now taking 252.5 for his third. Now, Chris, Edward's son finished his prep at 265 on squats. His third attempt now is 12.5 kilos under that. Do you think these guys are playing it safe, saving up for some big deadlift?
I'd say so. I mean, you just never know how the lifter is feeling on the day. He has weighed in
very light.
Very light. Very light. So I don't know how intentional that was.
He
but I tell you,
punches through the sticking point.
Perfect weight selection there from him and the coach, because I'm not sure there would have been many more kilos there.
Yeah, that's right.
So smart move to stay well under what he has done in the gym.
Up next, we have Michael Wu taking 255 kilos for his third attempt.
So significant PB here, 12.5 kilos.
Phenomenal. He also finished his prep with a 250 kilo squat, which was convincing, so we'll see how 255 moves. Hopefully the taper went well for him, and he's feeling really good. A big push, phenomenal stand there. 5 kilos above his prep best and 12.5 kilos above his comp PR. He receives 2 white lights from the referees. That is a good lift.
Yeah, and you never know with each lifter being different. Some lifters, they have to have hit a weight in the gym before they can hit it on the platform, and then others ride the taper and will get way more kilos on the platform than they've ever hit in the gym. It's so different for each lifter, so always hard to say. But great day there. Okay, Jade now coming out for his third attempt, 262.5. He's added 7.5. We are 5 kilos above the best ever squat we have for him on record.
His fights. He looked really good on that squat, Chris.
Yeah. Knees were still snappy, weight moves well. He had a bit more left in the tank. So his prep has obviously gone extremely well.
Yeah, and the numbers we have from his prep was 257.5 as his last squat. So another rider, another lifter getting a few more kilos by riding that taper.
All right, Richie Chalik now coming out, 262.5. He's opted for a 12.5 kilo jump here from his second. Got a squat of 257.5 on record as his previous best back in November.
Now, he finished his prep with 265, so we'll see how 262 moves. A big push through a sticking point. Phenomenal fight. Receives the rat command from the head referees.
I think he stuck with it well. I think, let's look for this little downward movement there at the bar, unfortunately. But great fight. You love to see it.
Up next, Aiden taking 265 kilos for his final squat. 5 kilo jump from his second attempt. He's getting fired up for this one, and he's got cheer crew in the crowd.
5 kilo PB if successful here.
A big push there from Aiden.
Yeah, he knows he's got it.
Fights the fight and racks the bar. Let's see what the refs have to say about it. Not a kilo left in that squat. 3 white lights from the referees. He's gone 3 for 3 and milked every single kilo that he could.
Yeah, great attempt selection there from the lifter and from handler Raz. Here's Aaron Abani now coming out. He has loaded 285 kilos for his third attempt. The best lift I have here in his data is 272.5. So this could be a 12.5 kilo comp PB if successful. And he's open a flew. I mean, his second attempt flew. So this should be within range.
Wow. Not much of a sticking point there, Chris. This guy really worked for it. Unfortunately gets 2 red lights from the referees, 2 red cards from the side refs, likely on depth. Alrighty, now finishing off this flight of 93s, we have our second lightest lifter, Lennox Liu, 297.5. On file for Lennox, 275 is his comp best. So this is a massive 22.5 kilo jump, if successful, from his last comp best. .285 was a bit of work.
We're in uncharted territory because we haven't seen Lennox at 93 on the platform, so let's see how he goes here. This will be a massive PB for him if successful.
He's looking really sturdy under that bar there. A good descent, punches it up, gives a little nod on the way up before finishing the lift. He receives the rack command from the head refs and gets 3 white lights on that one and a massive cheer. Well done, Lennox, on a 22 kilo PR.
Okay, and we're now in flight C of our squats this afternoon. More under 93 kilo lifters coming out for you here. And this is where we'll start to see some of the bigger hitters coming into the equation. Josh Dukua, Adam Jones, Simon Shahi, Callan Gibbons, Jonathan Caruso. It's going to be an amazing fight.
Coming out for their first attempt now, Joseph I hope I'm saying that one right. Also found with Uber on Instagram. Go check him out. He's just some amazing content. Our best squat on file is 275 kilos, so 25 kilos under that. Head ref says to replace the bar and make sure that his knees are locked out before he receives a down command. There are 23 seconds left on the clock for him to get his first command. Receives the command with 12 seconds to go and makes light work of 250.
And 3 white lights. Great lift there to open his account. Daniel Lee now coming out. One of 3 versions of Denny Lee. There's about 3 Daniel Lees competing this weekend. 282.5, best squat I've got on file for Dan. He's opening at 260 today.
Now, Dan also competing at Junior Nationals last year, so freshly into the Opens. He's a big subtotal specialist. He makes real light work of 260. 3 white lights from the referees.
Yeah, that's a great opener.
Now, he's taken that weight for a triple before, so we'd expect him to move very well. We'll see what kind of jump they take on their second.
Okay, Simon Shahi coming out now with 260 for his opener as well. Best squat on file, 265.
Simon's best gym squat is 295. He looks good for a lot more, Chris.
Yeah, following his training in recent weeks and months, his prep's been going extremely well. I'm expecting big numbers, well above that previous comp PB today.
I think he's really matured from that Worlds experience. You know, he said in the interview with Jacob at the start, and we're seeing it here on the platform.
But I think also he's a big deadlifter. He's done quite a number of Hail Marys for his third, and so we haven't really his comp total doesn't actually reflect what his maximum strength output is. I think he may try and express that on the platform here today. All right. Dean Sabawu coming out now. He's opening on 260 as well. Number of lifters taking 260 for the opener today. Best ever squat, 280.
A very good opening squat.
Yeah, looks great.
Now, Dean's best ever squat that I could find was a 290 kilo double. The second one was an absolute grind, but this guy really knows what he's doing. He trains mostly, from what I've seen, out of a commercial gym. So I'm not sure how familiar he is with the competition standard equipment, but he's a really strong bloke and I'm very excited to see what he does. Up next, Jonathan Caruso coming up for 270 kilos on his opener. Now, from what I could see, 300 was his best squat of last block, and 270 was his best squat of this block. 270 flew from what I saw on video. Let's see how he moves this opener, ideally at that same speed. He's looking very good there. 270 kilos. Moved well with 3 white lights received.
Yeah, nice and deep this time round.
Now, quick mention, Adam Jones has changed his opener from 300 to 287.5. More reasonable and more what we thought the trajectory would be like. I wonder what happened there with that 300.
I think it was always a placeholder, to be honest.
Here comes Cal Gibbons, a Perth local, with 272.5 on his opening squat.
So Callan has a best ever comp squat of 287.5, so just 15 kilos below that opening here today.
A very nice looking opener from Callan Gibbons. He receives 3 white lights from the referees.
He's moving very well. That's some of the best opening squats I've seen Callan hit. And just 15 kilos below that previous comp PB. Excited to see what he loads as we progress. Okay, Josh Takua now coming out. Definitely one of the lifters to watch out for as we battle through podium later on this afternoon. He's going to open on 275.
Josh approaches the platform. He looks pretty cool coming up to 270. We've seen him do this weight heaps of times, and we know he has capacity for much more. We'll see what kind of jumps they take. His best squat of prep that I could find was 310. So I'm expecting a somewhat aggressive opener, somewhat aggressive jump to his second attempt. And we'll see what kind of chips he can collect in his third. That looks very tidy there, Chris. I think he's learned his lesson from SVD Cup. There we go, on the board with his opener. 3 white lights.
Yeah, no dramas with depth there. He's kept it nice and safe for that opener. And we'll see what sort of jumps he takes moving into our next rounds. So we'll have Adam Jones now coming out. As we said, has dropped from that 300 kilo placeholder to 287.5. Best ever squat on file, 310 for Adam. Been competing for almost a decade now, and he's probably one of the older lifters on the platform here today.
That's right, recently turned 38. So knocking on the door of Masters. But he's definitely squatting well within the age range.
Yeah, certainly, I believe he turns 39 later this year, which means next year he'll be able to start competing as an M1, which is incredible that he's still so competitive here today. I wasn't.
A phenomenal opener there from Adam Jones. Alrighty, now taking a 15 kilo jump, Joseph taking 265 kilos for a second squat.
Okay, we're through to the second squats already.
Now this is 7.5 kilos under his best squat of prep. Coached by Stephen Day. Stephen Day has some phenomenal squatters on his roster, and Joseph is no different.
He squatted as high as 275 before, back in November. 265 here, so 10 kilos under that.
He receives the squat command very well that time. No re-rack. 3 white lights from the referees once again.
Yeah, good second attempt. Slows a little bit towards the top as he hits where his sticking point is, but it doesn't bother him at all. I'm sure we'll see a reasonable jump there. Maybe the 10 kilos up to his previous PB on the third. Okay, Simon Shahi coming out now. He has jumped up 17.5 kilos to his third attempt at 277.5. It's 12.5 kilos above what we've seen him do in comp before. But as you said, saw a bit below what we've seen him do in the gym. There's a little bit of work. The knees cave, but that is how he squats.
Yeah.
You know, it moves well the whole way from top to bottom. So he's definitely got a bit more left in the tank there. Does get the 1 red card for depth. Did look borderline there on the angle we have for that replay. So that's no issues though. It's a good lift, 2-1.
Hopefully he keeps it nice and deep. 2-1's all he needs. Up next, Daniel Lee taking 280 kilos for his second attempt.
Yeah, we're seeing Dan just 5.5 kilos below his best ever squat here.
He looks good there. 280 flew. He looks very good for a big increase there. We'll see what kind of attempt jumps they make. That was a 20 kilo jump. I'm expecting maybe 12.5 to 17.5 there on to the third.
Yeah, he's definitely got more than that 5.5 to take him past his previous personal best. Okay, Dean out now. He's going to take 280, which is an equal PB for his second attempt.
So Daniel upping his squat to his third from 280 to 290.
Okay, so we're looking for 4.5 kilo PB. Nice to see.
They've asked him to replace. Neither referees have put their hand down. I think his knees were soft. Yep, head ref Yuki is pointing to his knees, making sure he understands. He's got 8 seconds left on the clock to receive that first command.
Get him.
He gets the replace command from the referee. Side referees are happy. Unfortunately, he's timed out for this attempt. Up next with 285, Callan Gibbons going for his second. Now, his best ever squat is 287.5. He's had a phenomenal prep. There's a little bit of deliberation with the head coach. Just discussing Dean's locked knees and what will happen next with that attempt.
Okay, seems like there was an error with something there for Dan. I'm hearing talks of him being able to potentially retake that attempt. Now, I'm not sure what the infringement was, that or whether it was a mistake from the refs, the spotters and loaders. I'm not 100% certain. But what happens in this case is that at the end of this round, he will have the opportunity to retake that attempt. Now, that's good. He gets a chance to come out and get that second. But if he's squatting in roughly the middle of the flight, it then means he doesn't have a long turnaround time before he has to come back out for his third.
That's right, and especially in a high demand lift like the squat, that's not what you want ideally. And he's already unracked that weight twice and walked it out.
Okay, Callan Gibbons now, 285, 12.5 kilo jump. Just below Callan's best ever squat of 287.5 that he did just back at Night of Champions in October last year. So prep has obviously gone well for Callan.
He looks very stable with that bar there. A nice second attempt there from Callan Gibbons.
Well, yeah, he's definitely heading towards a PB here with his third. I think a 5 more would be safe, maybe 7.5.
I think they'll likely play it on the conservative side.
Yeah, I'd say so. Callan, obviously the big deadlifter as well.
That's right. They know they need to save that back in the central nervous system for deadlifts.
And Josh Takua now coming out. He's jumped up 12.5, 275 up to 287.5. We said we've seen Josh squat 295 at SBD Cup, but he only went 1 from 3. So 275 moved well, depth was great. Safe move here of 12.5 up to 287.5. Let's see how he handles it.
Now, depth looked a lot cleaner from the side angle from what I remember at SBD Cup. We'll see how this moves at the higher weight. I think he's likely learnt the lesson and cleaned up the lift.
Yeah, there was no question there on his opener, so let's see his second here. And again, looks extremely deep from our angle.
The referees agree and give him 3 white lights for that one. Now his competition best in APA is 295 kilos. We'll see what kind of territory he goes into. Chris, I think he will push that 295 closer to 300.
Yeah, I think 300 will be the call. It's moving well. The depth is undeniable. He's getting 3 white lights on both attempts. So I think 300 will be safe for him. We know he definitely has that strength.
Callan has put in an attempt at 290 kilos. We were right. He was going to take the 5 kilo jump from his second to his third. Up next, we have Jonathan Caruso taking 290 kilos for his second attempt. Depending how this one moves, we may see 300 on the third.
And again, we've seen some big squats from Jonathan in the past when he used to compete wrapped and in gym lifts, gym training lifts as well. The cuts, he used to have to cut super heavy to get to 83, so we're never able to see him express his full strength. But let's see how he handles the 290 here. It's be a big PB.
Gets a nice push. The weight doesn't throw him around. He throws it around. Let's see what the refs have to say about it.
Yeah, and look, he's a controlled squatter. Yes, he doesn't move the bar as fast as some other squatters, but that's deliberate. That's the way he squats. That moved well from top to bottom, and I've got no concerns that he's going to take a reasonable sized jump here on the third. The depth looked undeniable as well, which again at last year's Nationals, it was always a bit borderline.
Yeah, he's really cleaned
that up. There's nothing to pick on in that squat, so great work there from Jonathan. He's looking great out here in the 93s. Adam Jones now, the WA local, one of the most experienced lifters on this side of the country. Coming out now, 302.5. Best ever comp squat of 310, again at Night of Champions in October last year. Had some ups and downs in prep this year. He was looking great. Tweaked his hip there 6 or 8 weeks ago, walking at a squat. I remember in the gym we'll have to help him re-rack the bar. That cleared up. Prep was looking great again. And then we seen a little twinge again the other day. But I'm hoping, given he's coming out here 302 for his second, I think he must be feeling great today.
That's right. It's probably a pretty strong tell of how he's feeling. He fights up very nicely. Now, I've seen Adam grind and I've seen him push. He knows how to push volume. He's no stranger to the fight. He gets 2-1, a good lift on that one. I reckon he's got 307 in store today. Now, just some deliberation with the tech desk to see if, yes, Dean will be reattempting 280. Oh, maybe not. I think because it's a rising bar, Joseph will attempt 277.5.
No, we will come back to Dean. They're just tech desk just waiting to clear that one up.
Oh, I
there
see,
we go.
I see.
Now it's shifted for us.
There we go. Okay. So Dean taking 280 as his second attempt. He'll make sure this time to lock the knees.
Yeah, he wants to get in, get that start command quickly, get this one done. Like we said, he won't have a whole lot of rest time then coming into the to his third attempt, so he needs to make this efficient.
Now, with the limited research I've done on Dean, I don't think he's one to step away from the fight. He really knows how to push, and he's giving us a blast from the past, competing in some Converse high tops.
Gets a squat command, no issues this time around. Oh, and it moves well. That's an equal PB at 280.
Chris, I think that's exactly how a second attempt should move.
Correct.
So that gives us a real good indication of how he's looking and how he's feeling. Alrighty, now we have Joseph Wu taking 277.5.
So if successful here, Joseph will be a 2.5 kilo PB.
And from the research, it will be a 10 kilo jump from his best squat of prep. We'll see how he handles this weight. He looks good. A very good push through that sticking point.
Yeah, he has that little sticking point on all three weights today. It seems to just be part of his squat, and he just pushes through it. The weight doesn't bully him around. Nice third
really
attempt
strong,
there.
Yeah.
Takes the 2.5 kilo PB. Great start to the account for Joseph.
Alrighty, now at 285 kilos, Simon is approaching the bar for his third attempt, which is a 7.5 kilo jump from his second.
Exciting lifter to watch. 7.5 jump here. The 277.5 was a bit of work. We've seen the knees come in quite a bit. He had to grind a little bit. I think this is a smart attempt. Like you said, you've seen him squat 295 in the gym.
295 was an absolute grind. Uppy 10, maybe even 11. 285 here. A big push.
Oh, wow.
Phenomenal work from Simon. Let's see what the referees have to say about it. We'll make sure he hit depth.
Oh,
Unfortunately, not there today. 2 red cards and 1 yellow. So likely on depth there. The same side referee gave him a red card both times. So unfortunately, he finishes the squat attempt with 277.5.
yeah, and the yellow card, likely for an incomplete lift there. You see at the top, the hip's not quite locked out as well. So, but he gave that everything to stick with it. The angle of that femur was incredible. Daniel Lee now coming out with 290 on the bar. He's taking another 10 kilo jump, 4.5 kilos above previous PB.
Now, remembering Daniel's second, I think he really had a room to go more. So 290 might be a conservative attempt. Unfortunately not. I remember 280 moving very well. I think maybe he misgrooved there. I saw one plate come forward and the other one maybe move side. Yeah, a little bit of helicoptering there at 2 different points in the lift. Wow.
Yeah, it looked like he had it, but then that right-hand side just started to drop away on him. Spotters and loaders caught it and walked him back in. So unlucky there for him, but yeah, I agree. The 280 moved well. Thought that would have been in the bag for him. Here we come, Dean, now again. Again, he's only had a few minutes to rest, unfortunately. But like you said, he's a scrapper. He'll fight this one. 290 on the bar. This will be for a 10 kilo PB. Gets a squat command, no issues.
Gets down. Unfortunately, we see some downward movement, and he's given up on the lift. Well done to the spotters and loaders on catching that one.
Yeah, it's a big ask, so to come back out just within a couple of minutes after unracking it twice, etc., etc. It's a big ask. So, look, great effort. Great to see him give it a crack. And we have Callan now coming out. Callan squats looking really good so far. Aiming for a 2.5 kilo PB here.
Callan knows what's up. Usually he's a stone-faced killer. Here we see a little bit of emotion. He's getting pretty excited about this one. We've got some fans in the crowd holding up some improv Pokemon cards. You can visit Callan Gibbons' story for that one. He's been looking real tidy. Let's see if this translates. A big bush, unfortunately not there today. Well done, spotters and loaders. I think Callan tipped forward just a tiny bit, and when he knew it wasn't salvageable, he decided that was the end of the lift.
All right, here we go. Josh Takua now coming out, as we expected, at 300, another 12.5 kilo jump. His squats have looked phenomenal today. He's got 6 from 6 wide lights. I think a safe jump. We've seen him squat upwards of 320 in the gym before. But he can't afford to leave any kilos behind here in squats today, and so he's played it a bit conservative, which is good. He's on the board, 6 from 6 white lights so far. Let's see how he goes here on the third.
Now, having such a big subtotal, he really needs to make this here to hope to stay in the race against the other 93s and secure a ticket to Germany.
His first year over in the APA, I think was with USAPL before. Great to see him over here competing for that world spot. He's an exciting lifter.
He looks good from here, makes light work of 300. Let's see what the refs have to say about it.
Certainly moves the weight well.
Yeah. Oh, unfortunately not. 2-1 red Lights.
Yeah, I think he just pulls that one up a touch higher than what he had on the previous attempts.
That's going to hurt him later, and especially his subtotal. Leaving 12.5 kilos there with Adam Jones attempting 307 soon. Up next, Jonathan Caruso taking 305 kilos, a 15-kilo jump from his second attempt.
And Caruso looking great out here today. He's looking fired up for this one. Big 15-kilo jump. And way bigger than anything we've seen him squat on the platform since he started competing in the APA 18 months ago.
Now his best squat of prep was 300. We'll see the controlled descent and how hard he fights on the way up. A big push.
Wow.
He sticks with it very, very nicely.
Well, he's just cut it a touch high on the depth.
Yeah, just a little bit on that left side. The right side ref was happy, but as we usually see, one hip is lower than the other, and the center ref saw both of them, so it's a no lift, unfortunately.
And unfortunately, it is, Jonathan, as you see, they're quite a wide squatter, and that can tend to look higher from the front than if you have a narrower stance. Adam Jones now getting fired up. 307.5 on the bar.
Now, Adam has mentioned he loves showing up in front of the home crowd. He has had a couple of niggles hinder him in his prep, but he's never stepped away from the show, especially on home turf.
Yeah, he's a fighter. He'll give it everything here today.
He gets it down, and it comes up. Let's see what the refs have to say about it. 3 white lights. Adam Jones is up. Our first front runner to go 3 for 3 on squats. Now, ladies and gents, that finishes up our squat session for today. We will be heading into the break soon, but before then, we will be doing a quick recap of what is to come. So for the women's 76, we have Holly Ryan making her third attempt squat at 150 kilos. Caitlin also making 150 kilos. Trinity taking 152.5 on her third. Dorota taking 175. Evangeline finishes her squats on 172.5. And Jung finishing on 180. Now, Hannah Altman finishes at 177.5, missing out on 185. And Shania finishes with 193 kilos, a new national record. Now moving on to the 93s, we have Michael, who finished with 237.5, Daniel Liu finishing at 245, Richard finishing at 250, Michael Wu finishing at 255, Edward Sun finishing at 252.5, Aaron Urbani finished at 272.5, Aiden Fardell finished at 265, at 262.5, Jade finished his third squat. Joseph All finished with 277.5. Daniel Lee from New South Wales finished on 280, as did Dean, unfortunately having to reattempt his second attempt and then having a short rest before his third. Lennox Liu finished in 6th place on the squat with 297.5, a massive PB for him. Callan Gibbons at 285. Jonathan Caruso at 290, Simon finishing at 277.5, missing out on depth on that third. Josh Takua, also similar situation, missing out on depth, finishes squats with 287.5. Now this is important because Adam Jones finished the squats at 307.5. This gives Adam a 20 kilo lead over the next highest lifter, Josh Takua. And that gap will be closed on bench press, where Adam will open at 165 and Josh will open at 180. Now, don't forget, Simon is our big puller of the flight. He is also benching 165, but opening with 320 on deadlifts. This is going to be a fight you'll want to stick around for. We'll join you back very shortly with bench press. Get a drink, get a snack. We'll come back in about 8 minutes.
The final lift is the deadlift. This is an exciting lift to watch, and the competition lead may change several times throughout. To perform a deadlift, the bar is simply lifted straight from the ground. Once complete, the athlete receives the down command, returning the bar to the floor. A good lift is awarded where knees, hips, and shoulders are locked. There was no downward movement of the bar. The thighs did not support the bar during the lift. The bar remained in the hands until it is in contact with the platform. Pay particular attention to ambitious attempt selections during this lift, as athletes and handlers push their total to secure their placing in the competition.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are well fed and well hydrated as we move into our bench press for today's afternoon session, day 2, session 2. We will be kicking off with the women's 76 bench press attempts, and then we will be having flight B of the men's 93s and then flight A. Now, the front runners for the 76, we have Shania at 193 kilos and Hannah Altman at 177. That gives Shania a 15.5 kilo lead over Hannah. Now, Hannah does have a bench press attempt 20 kilos heavier than Shania's. She will still be having to reach for that lead and especially the regional qualification total. But based on openers alone, Shania is forecasted to 478, which is only 18 kilos under the regional qualification, and there's still 6 attempts to go. Here the clock winds down as we get ready for Holly Ryan to approach the bar with 75 kilos loaded. Holly making a very clutch third attempt deadlift where she missed her opener on commands, missed her second I think on depth, and on her third managed to secure it, putting herself on the board just in the nick of time.
And opening just 2.5 kilos below her previous best for bench press here today.
They must be pretty confident going into this one. The referees are happy with that attempt. She gets 3 white lights for her openers. Obviously, all these lifters want to be very confident on their openers to make sure that they get attempts on the board before they start making more aggressive jumps and potentially jumps that will get crucial kilos for the end game. Here we have Evangeline taking 82.5 for her opening bench.
Best ever all the way back in 2022 at 87.5. She hit an 80 kilo in November, so opening above her November stats, which is good. We're seeing a return to form here.
A very slow and controlled descent on that bench press, but a really snappy press there. She had the weight under control the entire time. The referees are pretty happy with it with 3 white lights.
Yeah, nice and stable. No movement of the feet, no movement of the butt. She gets the white lights. All right, Trinity Rushton coming out now. She's going to open at 82.5.
Now, Trinity is quite a long-limbed individual. We saw quite a deep squat there, and we can see her long arms. She's opening at 180 kilos for her deadlift, so putting those long arms to use. She gets the start command and the press. Now, I don't know about you, Chris, but do you see a small bend in that right elbow?
Yeah, I thought so, but then I was confused whether it might have been shadowing. But let's watch that on the second.
She gets 3 white lights, so all the referees were happy with it. We'll keep an eye out for it next time. She is tattooed on that right arm, so it can give that illusion of bend.
Yeah, so for context, the elbows must be locked, just like we're seeing the knees must be locked on the squat earlier. The elbows must be locked before the lifter will get the start command. So let's keep an eye on that coming into the seconds. We have Jung now coming out with 87.5 for her opening attempt. Jung's benched as high as 92.5 in a most recent comp. So starting just 5 kilos below.
A very nice opener there. Now, Jung's last comp, she went 85, 90, 92.5. So today she's opening at 87. Maybe we'll see 92.5 on her next, a 5 kilo jump, and then a 95 after that.
Yeah, I think that would be safe. At the moment, we'll have to see how the second moves, obviously.
Up next at 90 kilos, Dorota is taking her opening bench press.
Dorota walks away from squats with some big PBs. Let's see if the trend will continue into bench. Looks like it will. Previous best, 90 kilos, so she's opening on the PB, or on an equal PB.
Chris, was that a long hold there?
I don't think it was too bad. She's quite slow down onto the chest.
Okay, maybe it was just my angle. I thought she was held down there quite a while by the refs, but they're definitely just waiting for the bar to be stationary.
Yeah, she got it stationary pretty quick. I think it just took a while for her to get it to the chest. She's
That's right.
Nice and controlled on the way down.
Okay.
Presses it very speedily, considering that's an equal PB. Presses it amazingly. And we have Shania now coming out at 90 kilos. Wow, she's opening on a PB as well, just like she did in squats.
Absolutely crazy.
She's making a statement here tonight.
Mm-hmm. She's really gunning for that international qualification. A really nice clean press there from Shania. She knows what she's doing. She got 2-1, 1 red card, so that's likely for elbow depth.
Yeah, from our angle, a bit hard to judge on the replay, but they do look like they're always going to be borderline, so that's okay. I mean, there are a number of other things that red can also mean on the bench, but most commonly we do see it for elbow depth.
Up next with 90 kilos, Caitlin will be taking her opening bench press attempt.
Previous best for Caitlin, 95 kilos, so she's opening just 5 kilos below that. Again, great day for Caitlin on squats, walking away with a few PBs. See how she handles her opener here on bench.
A little bit of a sticking point there. Not exactly how you'd want an opener to move. 3 white lights regardless. We'll see what kind of jump they take for the second. Now, the heaviest bench press opener by far of the women's 76 class, Hannah will be taking 110 kilos for her opener.
Yeah, Hannah is a big bench presser. We've seen her bench as high as 115 in the past, and that was in the weight division below us, 69 kilos. Bench, typically the first one to gain kilos as you go up a weight class. So I'm excited to see what she can put on the bar here today, opening 7.5 kilos above what we've seen her do at this weight class, and on par with previous best attempts as well.
That looked very nice. Now, as you go up a weight class, bench press is typically one of the lifts that you'd see to go up. So we'll see what kind of attempts she goes, and she'll likely be closing that gap between her and Shania on these attempts.
Wow, into the second round already. Small flight here tonight, moving quickly. We have Holly Ryan coming out now. 2.5 kilo jump. This will be an equal PB if successful for Holly. Moves it well. 3 whites from the refs.
Very nice, though.
Bench always a tough one to judge. I'm assuming she'll probably go another 2.5 there on her third, grab a little PB. And now we have Evangelini coming out. She's going to take 87.5, 5 kilo jump. Again, this will equal her previous PB from all the way back October 2022, which may well have been Nationals 2022.
Yeah, in
back
Brisbane.
Gold Coast. Yeah.
Oh, Gold Coast, that's right. A nice controlled descent. A big press there. Looked like a little bit of work on that one. I don't expect much more than a 2.5 kilo jump. 2 to 1 a good lift regardless. Up next, our biggest bench jump so far, 82.5 to 90. Trinity will be taking her second bench press attempt. Let's watch out for those elbows, Chris, and see what we can tell.
Definitely straighter this time.
Let's see what the refs have to say about that one. Yep, 3 white lights.
The press moves really well. 5 kilo jump doesn't bother her at all.
7.5, Chris. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, 7.5 kilo jump. Yeah, wow. Which is a fairly big jump.
Yeah, especially
for
at this
bench.
bench press weight.
Mm-hmm. So I think we'll probably see her lock in maybe a 5 kilo jump for the third. And Jung now coming out for 92.5, 5 kilo jump up from the second. And this will equal Jung's previous best in this weight class. Well, in fact, in any weight class.
In any weight class, yeah.
It's heavier than she's done in the 84s as well.
And as the second, a very nice moving second there. 92.5, moving honestly like an opener.
I thought this, have a look on the replay here. The angle you can see is actually the better elbow, but the other elbow that we can't quite see, I did think it was probably not deep enough. Yeah. And that is the side of the ref that did give it.
Oh, Small technical difficulty at the moment. Microphone issue, perhaps?
Someone pulled the aux cable out of the iPad.
That's what happened.
Okay, Shania Radke now coming out. She's taking a 2.5 kilo jump here.
Playing it on the safer side, likely just collecting kilos as they come. They'll see how this one moves. She does have the bigger deadlift, so she knows that that is her strength. She'll have the last say. That was a really convincing second attempt there.
I mean, look, I think they could have went 5 on that one and seen what else they could have got on the third. I'm assuming they'll jump another 2.5 now. Probably, ends them in the same point, but she's pressing really well. She's in PB territory already, and she's added more kilos towards that regional and hopefully world's qualifier. Okay, we've got Dorota now coming out for 95, 5 kilo jump up. Again, this will be a 5 kilo PB. Adding to, I think she got at least a 7.5 kilo PB on squats earlier.
That's right.
So great day so far for Dorota. Let's see how she handles this.
A decent press, some work there on the second, nothing she couldn't handle.
Yeah, no, she presses it well, definitely work. You can see that right tricep start to shake. 2.5, I think, will be the jump to the third. And even that might be slightly too heavy because bench does drop off very quickly.
Yeah, she'll really have to push that one.
But 5 kilo PB nonetheless. Great day so far for her. And we have Caitlin Cray now coming out. She's loaded 95 as well. And this will equal her previous best in November.
She has the sticking point, but keeps fighting. Fights hard. Unfortunately, doesn't get it today. Regardless, I think I saw a little bit of up and down motion on that one. Maybe she misgrooved. There we saw the bar travel a little bit back and a little bit forward again. And I think once she lost it in the shoulders, she couldn't get it back.
And on the replay angle there, you see the butt start to lift a little bit as well, try and help out. Once it gets hard, it gets extremely hard to keep everything down. And here we have Hannah Altman. 115 on the bar. Will equal her best ever bench press all the way back in December 2022.
And was that at a lower weight class?
It was at the lower weight class, yes. She's going to take it on her second here. Let's see.
Looks like a very decent second attempt. You can tell it was heavier than the first. There is room to go maybe 120. Maybe 122 is a little bit aggressive. We'll see what her and her handler decide to take. Regardless, a good lift.
Yeah, and given she's jumped 5 so far, I think 5 will be the most we see there. It did get a little bit heavy for her.
Potentially they'll take a conservative 2.5 just to make sure she's on the board. She did miss her third squat after all. So.
And do we know what the record is, Saw? Because maybe a chip might come into play.
So the record for the 76, it just says standard at bench press 115. So there will be the chip in play.
The chip will come into play then. She just basically set the record then by equaling the standard. Here's Holly Ryan now. And she jumped to 2.5 to 80, but unfortunately not quite there today. So she finishes with an equal PB of 77.5.
Yep.
So
and the
no kilos lost, which is good.
The attempt card is in for Hannah Altman, jumping 1.5 kg to 116.5 national bench record.
Yeah, look, safe move. An extra kilo is not worth the risk. She's going to take the chip while it's in play. It may come in handy later if a deadlift battle starts, either for first place or maybe for second and third battle if that so happens to come about. Here we have Evangelini now. 2.5 jump.
Nice in control on that descent. Pushes back and shakes. She does manage to get that. Gets the rack command. Her coach is very happy about that one. 2-1, a good lift.
Yeah, just gets a red from the centre judge for elbow depth. But the sides are okay with it, which you'll often see. It's quite hard for the side judges to judge elbow depth. Pretty hard to pick the middle of the shoulder from the opposite side of the lifter. And that's a good lift. And walks over 2.5 kilo PB.
Now here comes Jung with 95 kilos. 92.5 did provide her some issues. I think it was on depth, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, this left side just seemed to be higher than the right side, I think, if I remember correctly. So we'll see her try and clean that up here.
Here she comes, very smiley about this attempt. I think she's confident she knows what she has to do. Don't know if strength was an issue on 92.5. We'll watch if she sinks this one. Oh, and it's a little bit borderline. To the untrained eye, it might look a bit high. 2-1, a good lift. The center ref still thinks those elbows weren't deep enough, but both sides decided that they were.
Yeah, it was more level this time, so she gets that extra white light from the side ref that she needed, and it's a good lift. And she's on the board with 95. 2.5 kilo PB. Trinity now coming out. She's jumped 5 up to 95 kilos. And a second moved really well. So we think 5 kilos should be within range here.
Having a great day so far. Smaller jump here should be within range. A good push, unfortunately not there today. That bar does have to travel a really long distance for her.
Yeah, excited to see her deadlift later. She's got really long arms. I expect that she'll put on a good show when it comes to deadlifts. But she has a great session anyway. Walks away with 90 kilos with the second. And we have Shania now coming out. And again, just taking the extra 2.5. The 92.5 for Shania moved really well. Don't expect this will give her any trouble.
Yeah.
More importantly, if she gets it, it will add another 5 kilos, which I believe puts her above the 495 on her previous best deadlift, which will give her the regional QT.
Really nice third attempt there. Confident throughout. Good attempt selection. I don't know if 97... Oh. Unfortunately, 2-1. No lift. 1 red card and 1 yellow.
Okay. So she's got a red card from the center ref for the elbow depth, which we were sort of expecting. They were borderline before. And then we may have seen a butt lift or a foot movement from the side ref. Typically what we see for yellow cards could also mean a command, but I would say given from the side, it was likely a butt lift or a foot movement. Caitlin Cray now. She's retaking 95.
Unfortunately, just not there today. She finishes bench press with only her opener at 90 kilos. She had a really good squat day, unfortunately just wasn't there for bench. Up next with another 5 kilo jump to Rhoda, taking 100 kilos.
And wow, she could end the day with a 10 kilo bench PB from just November last year.
Insane.
That's insane bench progress. And the 100 is a magical milestone in the bench world.
Looking good so far. A big press coming out. Unfortunately, not there today. I saw a little bit of an ungrip on that one.
Yeah. Yeah, and the hands must remain around the bar at all times. it can be tempting when things get really heavy to unwrap that wrist as you just push extra hard. I've got called for it before in a comp. But anyway, she got pipped on strength there today anyway, but still walks away with 5 kilo PB on a squat, adds that to a big PB, on her bench, and adds that to a big PB on her squat as well. So heading towards a really good total later. We have Hannah Altman now. Like we said, she set the national, or equaled the national standard for bench press on her previous attempt at 115. She's now opted for 116.5 because this will be an attempt at the national record. Means chips come into play. She can use the micro plates instead of having to jump the standard 2.5 kilos.
And it's really handy that these chips have come into play. I don't know if a full 2.5 was there today, but using the chips is really good. A big fight on the bench.
Yeah, well, it was a smart move in the end. Yeah, like you said, the 2.5 definitely wouldn't have been there. Opts for the 116.5, and unfortunately, after a big day on squats and 2 PBs on bench already, just wasn't quite there for her. But still walks away with the 115, and I believe equaling the national standard means that she does get the record as well.
So congratulations, Hannah. So that wraps up bench for the 76 kilo women's. With forecasted totals, Shania will open at 195, Hannah will open at 175, and Jung at 180. That's just our top 3 with a forecasted total of 480, 467.5, and 455 respectively for those 3 women. Up next, we are moving into our 93 kilo men's, where we'll have Edward's son, aka Squid, opening at 135. Now this young man has very long arms, very good for deadlift. Unfortunately not the best for bench, but this guy makes his money makers at the end of the meet. A strong, confident unrack on that one. And really from that angle you can see the distance that the bar has to travel. Phenomenal work regardless. From what I know, 150 was his prep best. 135 moved very well. We'll see what attempts he goes with next. For their first attempt, Michael is taking 140 kilos for his opener. Another big deadlifter finishing his deadlift prep at 300 kilos. So another long-armed individual. Not so handy on this lift, but very handy on the next one.
Yeah, we see a best ever bench press of 147.5, so opening not far below that.
A very, very smooth opener there for Michael.
Yeah, he presses that well, so gets the 3 white lights.
Here comes Richard with 147.5 for his opener.
About 12 kilos below what we've seen in press just back in November.
A very snappy opening attempt, just how it should be. The referees are very pleased with that one, giving 3 white lights. Up next, Michael B, taking 152.5 for his opening bench press attempt.
quick.
Very good work there on his opener.
It's roughly 12.5 kilos below his previous PB, so he's got plenty of room to move here today. Say we'll see some biggish jumps from him as he progresses through bench. And Aiden Fardell coming out now with 152.5 for his opener. Previous PB 160, set back just in November. We've had a lot of lifters today that competed in November last year.
A good press there from Aiden.
Yeah, moves quite well. We may see him try and equal his previous best on the second today.
I think there was definitely 7.5 kilos there. Alrighty, up next, Jade with 155 kilos for his opening bench press. Now, Jade finished his prep on 165, so 155 is 10 kilos under that. We'll see what kind of attempts he makes here. Deliberating with local legend Mikey Chu on how he would like his handout. Chewy seems pretty impressed with the description. He looks good. Now that left side dips down a little bit while the bar is on his chest. What does that mean in terms of lights, Chris? Could he get a red there?
No, the whole bar has to dip, and it was just rocked on the chest there.
Okay, so rocking is fine.
Rocking's fine. One side of the bar moving down is okay as well on the way back up. It's just the whole bar has to move downward. I think maybe might be the first time he's used this softer Alico pad. And just not quite sure what that was going to feel like on the chest. I'm sure he'll, now that he has felt the pad out, we'll see him be a bit more stable on his second attempt. But look, presses it out nonetheless, gets it on the board, 3 white lights. We have Daniel Liu now with 155 as well. Speedy opener, and that's only 5 kilos below his previous best that we've seen last year from Dan. So looks like bench has been progressing well. Yeah,
he finishes prep with 3 reds, no collar, so 170 kilos. 155 looked really good. We'll see how close he can touch on that today. Up next, Aaron taking 157.5.
Yeah, wow. Previous best only 160, so starting right below that. Moves well.
That was a really nice looking opener. As all these boys know, they have to get on the board.
And we typically see Aaron take roughly 5 kilo jumps between his bench there, so starting just 2.5 below his PB. We should see him in PB territory now for his second. And Lennox Liu now, bar is loaded for him with 162.5 to open his account. And again, only 2.5 kilos below his previous best.
Yeah, Lennox has made some serious strength gains over time. I think it has come with the increase in weight and also likely training his butt off.
Yeah, it looks like his last comp at 74 all the way back in 2022. He's had 2 years to fill out this class now, and it's starting to show in some impressive gains. Now let's just see the replay on this one. He moves it well, but it looked like it might have slid down his chest a bit.
The referees are happy with it. Let's have a look at the replay.
He looked very surprised. Yeah, see that slide down the chest?
Yeah, just a smidge.
Now, the refs might have thought it was before the press command, and therefore it would have been okay. Anyway, he gets it on the board with 3 white lights. It's a good lift.
Alrighty, starting off second attempts. Squid going for 142.5 kilos. Five kilos under his competition best. He's open to move like butter, so we'll see how he goes here. Just struggling at the top there with lockout, especially on that right elbow. Let's watch that one back. Left one locked first. The referees are still happy with it, giving 3 white lights, sorry.
Yeah, there's a little bit of work. I don't think we'll see that big a jump for his third. 2.5 if he wants to be safe. Maybe 5 if he's willing to risk it. Like we said before, bench drops off very quickly compared to the other 2 lifts. Michael Wu now. He's jumped 7.5. This will be an equal PB on the platform. Did attempt 155 in a competition back in August last year on his third, but missed it unfortunately.
Little bit of work on that one there. Will be interesting to see how he goes for his second. For his third, sorry.
Yeah, we'll see if he chooses to load the 155 again like he did in that comp, or whether he plays it a bit safer.
He did finish his prep at 150.
Okay.
So 150 was convincing. We'll see what kind of load he decides. 150 I think could be there today. Here comes Richard taking a 10 kilo jump to 157.5 on his second.
Two and a half below Richard's previous best ever on his second attempt here.
Quite a lot of shake there. Was a bit of work. We'll see how that looks on the replay. 2-to-1 good lift. Yeah, you can see those elbows wobble there. I think the weight is starting to feel the pressure on the system there. We'll see what kind of jump they take. I assume maybe a 2.5 or a 5 kilo jump.
Yeah, 2.5 back up to his previous best of 160, I think will be the safe move. And Daniel Liu now, he's jumped up 5 kilos to 160. Which will equal the PB from September last year. He did attempt 162 on that particular day as well for his third, but missed it.
Now, he did finish his prep at 170, so they're likely taking a more conservative approach on this one.
And that moved very well. So I think we'll see probably another 5 kilo jump here for the third.
Here comes Michael B, taking a 10 kilo jump to 162.5.
Presses it well. Just 2.5 kilos below the best we've ever seen from him on the platform.
Referees give him 1 red light from the center ref with a yellow card. Both sides say all good. Up next, here comes Jade with 162.5, a 7.5 kilo jump from his first. Unfortunately, no knee sleeves to color coordinate in this lift. Still rocking the shoes.
We do have 2 different wrist wraps, though.
Oh, we do. Great pick. Now, his all-time bench press PR is 165, so we're only 2.5 kilos under that here. He looks consistent. He looks good. Chris, are we tracking for an equal PB or something above?
I think he'll load more. I think he'll at least go for 167. That was very smooth. Remember he had that little shake on his opener where one side sort of
That's right, the
sunk
rock.
on the rock on the bench. He nailed it that time. That was nice and clean. So he's obviously feeling confident now. I think we'll see him go for the 167.5. Try and grab a 2.5 kilo PB compared to Nationals last year where he hit the 165. He did compete in September and he only hit the 155, so well above that. I don't know if he was slightly injured at the time, but he's well above that. Aiden now with 162.5. He's taking a 10 kilo jump. And he locks that in. Let's see what the refs think, but that should be a 2.5 kilo PB for Aiden. 3 white lights. Looking good.
Up next, Aaron coming out for 165, our first blue plater of the flight. Here he comes. 7.5 kilos up from his opener.
5 kilos over his previous. Oh no, he did hit. Oh no, it is
No,
5
kilo
kilos over
PB.
his best comp bench.
And that looks like he's in really
Wow.
good shape, Chris.
Wow. For a 5 kilo PB, and it moves like an opener. Let's see, I think at least another 5 kilos there.
Yeah, absolutely. If they're really daring, maybe 7.5. That moved like an opener should.
It wouldn't be a silly call.
Here comes Lennox with a 7.5 kilo jump to 170 kilos for his second attempt. First comp as a 93, really treating him well, those extra couple kilos of body weight.
Yeah, this will be a 5 kilo PB if successful compared to his best ever 83 kilo bench.
A really nice attempt there at 170.
It's pretty speedy.
Maybe we'll see 3 reds and a silver collar. Yeah, really speedy on that one. Wow.
Yeah, I think another 5 is acceptable. I don't think that would be a silly move for them. Definitely looks like it could be there.
They've elected 7.5.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. It was convincing enough. Here we go into our final bench press attempts for the B flight in the 93s.
Edward's son, 145 on the bar. Slightly below the best we've seen from him in the past, but the second was a lot of work. So they're taking the smart move here, just the 2.5 kilo jump. Well, and it moves about the same as the second, so does well. Grabs the extra 2.5 kilos, 3 white lights.
Yeah, it was definitely the wise move there. The most kilos he could have confidently lifted to make sure he's still on the board with it. That takes him to 6 from 6 so far in the subtotal.
Michael Wu now. He's gone for 150 again, taking the 2.5 kilo jump here. Will be a 2.5 kilo PB if successful.
Let's go, Mike.
That looked like a really good third attempt. 2.5 kilos was great. From memory, he did finish prep a little bit heavier.
Yeah, locks it in.
I stand corrected. 150 is exactly where he finished prep, and that was really convincing.
Absolutely.
Another 6 from 6. Next, Richard, just taking that 2.5. We did see a little bit of an elbow shake on both sides in the second attempt. 2.5 is definitely the wise call here.
Yeah, and this will, from memory, be an equal PB for Richard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 160 back in just November. So, yeah, this is the smart move here.
Yeah, we really saw him fight on that squat. Unfortunately, I think he got called for depth. So I'm expecting another big fight here. Maybe a little bit of a tremor, but he won't back away from the challenge. Big push. Has a sticking point.
Yeah, and unfortunately there, slightly too heavy. We did see the bar start to dip there on the way up as well. So
Yeah.
anyway, that's a good weight selection. He only doesn't leave any kilos behind. Locks in the second. So good day so far for Richard. 4 from 6, but didn't leave too many kilos behind on either of those two misses. So not a bad result. All right, Aiden now 167.5. That's a 5 kilo jump up. And if successful, he'll walk away with a 7.5 kilo PB for the comp. Already added 2.5 to his PB on his second. Can he add another 5 here?
A big push. He fights through a sticking point, reaches another. Unfortunately, just doesn't make it there on lockout. Usually that's the triceps, just giving out under the load.
You just see there at the start of the replay, the weight on the right-hand side just shifts back towards his head, and unfortunately, once you get that shoulder in that sort of position, pretty hard to recover it. Fights through it for a while. I thought he might have got it back there, but
yeah,
not quite, unfortunately.
When he hit that second sticking point,
Yeah.
it was gone.
It was gone. Still walks away with a 2.5 kilo PB, though, so I'm sure he'll be happy with that.
Yeah, really good showing there.
Daniel Liu now, 167.5. His second attempt moved really nicely. And they've opted for the 7.5. We thought 5 was probably the call. But hey, his second did move really well, so they're confident.
2.5 under his gym PB.
7.5 over his comp PB, so good position.
Gets a good push.
And it's a
really
perfect
good
call.
fight. Really, really good call on that third attempt.
Perfect call. He leaves absolutely no additional kilos on the platform. Great call by Kelvin and him. Big PB, 7.5 kilos.
Muzzle top Daniel.
Absolutely. Okay. Michael B coming out now. 170 on the bar, jumped up 7.5. 5 kilo comp PB if successful. Second was a little bit of work, but still moved okay. He may have got one card if I remember as well. So let's see how he goes here.
Unfortunately not there today, failing just off the chest.
I think he may have jumped that press command as well.
Oh,
So
yeah. Regardless, he wasn't in a fighting shape with 170. Still walking away with a decent 162.5. 2.5 kilos under his best.
and Jade now. Jade has gone up 7.5 to 170. 5 kilos better than what we've seen him do on the platform previously.
From memory, 162 was more work than his opener, but still had room to progress.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this should be fairly safe. Cleaned up that wobble from his opener on the second. Second looked pretty good. Let's see if he can lock in the 170 here.
He asked for an unrack, but manages to push the weight up pretty confidently. A big push, reaches a sticking point, and comes out on top with that bench. Let's see what the refs have to say about it. A good lift. Now from the side angle, we saw a little bit of a shake towards the head, and he managed to bring it back, so a really good fight there.
And Jade walks away, 5 kilo PB on squat, 5 kilo PB on bench. So I assume a 10 kilo PB on subtotal. But he's in a great position heading into deadlifts later on this afternoon. Aaron Abani coming out now with 170 on the bar as well. Big 10 kilo comp PB if successful. Second moved amazingly. So
Very, very well.
this should be nice here.
Wow, Chris. A really convincing third attempt
Yeah,
there.
absolutely. Really nice bench press technique here. You see he does just a little sink in and then uses that explosivity off the chest. Yeah, nice bench. Walks over the big PB. Great work, Aaron. Lennox Lou now.
Yeah, speaking of big PBs, 177.5, where his best ever comp bench, I guess it was as an 83, but 165.
Yeah, so this could be 12.5 kilos. The 170 looked really good. His progress into the 93s has been really nice.
He's had a phenomenal day so far. Looks stable. Bang on the money with the attempt selection.
Yeah, absolutely. Hits a little sticking point, but he's able to push straight through it.
Gets 3-way light from the referees. Finishes his subtotal 6 from 6. Well done, Lennox.
Little pause there at the bar, but it didn't dip. That's the important thing. He's stuck with it, and he's able to push straight through that pause. Locks in the PB. So moving very well. Now we come into flight C, the remainder of our under 93 kilo men. And we are going to see some big bench presses here. To start us off, we'll have Dean coming out with 140 kilos.
Now, Dean is another long-armed individual, so we'll see likely a little bit less on the bench press, but he's definitely going to close that gap on deadlifts. Now, with Dean, with a commercial gym bar, I've seen him pull 340. Oh, they've called replace. Head ref has mentioned that the wrist wraps are touching, I think.
No, rings weren't covered.
Oh, the rings were covered. He's got 14 seconds left. He needs to get that start command within that time.
Thankfully, he does.
A real buzzer beater of a day for Dean.
Now, you mentioned on a commercial gym bar. Does Dean normally train out of a commercial gym?
From his Instagram, it seems like he does train at a commercial gym. They've just got a classic power bar. It's not quite a noodle bar, but it's also not quite a stiff bar. Somewhere in the middle.
And I'm seeing he's handling his own attempts here today as well. So, and, you know, wasn't sure about the rings on the bar then. So maybe he's not that familiar with competing in powerlifting specifically. But, well, he's done a few comps though.
Yeah.
Done quite a few comps.
Maybe the referees haven't been as strict.
Potentially. Anyway, he knows now to cover the rings. His bench moves well regardless. And he's on the board.
Now, here comes Adam Jones with a 160 kilo opener. Adam has changed this attempt. It was 165 originally. Now it's come down to 160. Very light work there with 160. Adam puts
Absolutely.
himself on the board, receiving 3 white lights from the refs. Up next with 162.5, Callan Gibbons approaches the bar. This is 10 kilos under his best ever bench press. Nice and tidy with it.
Smooth.
Here comes our dark horse deadlift demon, Simon, opening at 165. Within this prep, he's benched 180. But we know he wants to save himself for the deadlift. A good press there from Simon. Now Simon's coached by Stephen Day, but handled today by Hugo May. Gets 3 white lights from the referees.
Yeah, that gives him very little resistance, so I think we'll see some decent jumps there from Simon.
Maybe a 7, maybe a 10.
I'd say he'll want to pace towards that 180 at least,
Yeah.
so probably 7.5s, depending. All right, Daniel Lee now, 170 on the bar as well. Best ever 180.
I've got an Instagram lift of 160 triple.
Okay.
170 shouldn't give him too much trouble. He is a big subtotal builder. A very nice 170.
And Jonathan Caruso now, he's a big bench presser, and he had, or he still has, the under 83 kilo national record from nationals last year, 186 kilos.
Sorry, it's not Jonathan Caruso just yet.
Oh, sorry.
It's Joseph
Howe.
O.
Joseph Wu, sorry, I'm reading the wrong screen. So Joseph's going to come out at 180.
Another big subtotal guy, also coached by Stephen Day.
He's got a 192 bench from November last year.
Yep, Simon has put in the attempt for a 7.5 kilo jump.
Okay.
As has Adam Jones. Phenomenal pressing there from Joseph. Looking really good. Referees agree. 3 white lights. Now our 3 heaviest openers, all at 180 kilos. Jonathan Caruso, Josh Takua, and Joseph all benching 180 on their first attempt.
I remember at Nationals last year, I've never seen it happen on a comp platform before, but Jonathan had his safety slightly too high, and on his opening attempt on bench, ended up pin pressing it.
You're kidding?
Yeah, it rested on
Wow.
the safeties. But you could hardly see it, and everyone was going, what has the ref called this red for? And it's like, eventually, it was like, oh, it actually rested on the safeties. It was border, like, his chest must have been millimetres above. Anyway, no such problem on this one. However, gets 3 yellow cards. 3 yellow cards. Let's see if I can just grab the replay. No, too late. Now, look, typically if I get 3 yellow cards from all of the referees, it's normally for missing a command. See if we can just watch it back on YouTube. And
Yeah. Next, Josh Takor also taking 180 kilos. Looks like a pretty decent press. Maybe a little bit of sink.
not sure. It's hard to tell when you can't hear the commands.
Yeah. All right, here comes Josh. We've seen him double this weight in the gym. A very nice press there. Make sure the elbows are locked on the way up.
And just 2.5 kilos behind what he set at SPD Cup.
Wow. So he's on pace. He gets 2-1. One red light from the side referee. Yellow card.
And that was his third at SB Cup as well. Now, he did miss his second, so I'm guessing they played conservative with the 2.5 kilo jump to the third at SPD Cup, but pacing to go well above that here today. And he needs to claw back as much as he can after missing that third squat.
Here comes Dean with 150. Now, Dean unfortunately has had to re-rack his squat and also his opening bench. So hopefully he can have a nice, clean attempt here.
Should be fine here. The 140 moved well. 150 moves equally as well.
Very
It's a
nice
press.
150. You can see how far that bar travels. I'm thinking a 155, maybe a 157 if he's going to be aggressive. Up next, Adam Jones taking 167.5. Now, interesting attempt selection here because Adam is on 167 and in second place, Josh is on 187.5, meaning Josh is closing that 20 kilo gap that Adam got on on squat, sorry. Big support for Adam Jones here on local home turf. This will be a 5 kilo comp PB for Adam. A nice press there. He did have a little bit of a sticking point around the second half of the press. Gets 3 white lights from the referees. Now, I don't know how much more is left in the tank.
No, look, I mean, he'll load 2.5 more, obviously. Given the niggles he's had, though, does he come out for it? You know, bench, as much as it sounds silly, but bench can tank your lower back due to the arch. And is he willing to risk that for deadlifts?
I know Adam's biggest issue with the bench has been right shoulder.
Right.
He cranks it on the squat, and we talked about it in person, how the squat affects the shoulders, which affects the bench press. Seems to have it somewhat mostly figured out, but I think it's just been his Achilles heel in his total.
Well, that's 5 kilos anyway, over his best ever there. So let's see if he comes out for the third. Callan now.
Fights it. A good press there. I don't expect him to be taking more than 172.5 for his third, which will match his comp PB. His right gets up before his left.
Yeah, I would agree. 2.5 is a safe move there.
Here comes Simon taking a 7.5 kilo jump. He did a very convincing 165.
This will be 5 kilos above the best we've seen from his last 2 competitions.
And he looks in really good nick, Chris. Really good nick.
Yeah, absolutely. He just clips the rack a little bit on the way up on that one, but it doesn't bother him. Locks it out.
Absolutely not.
Gets a yellow card from a side ref.
Foot? Butt?
Not from the angle that we had, but it was the other side referee. So there could have been a number of things that they could see that we can't.
Simon looked very business mode, going in and out. I think he's keen to make up any lost ground that he had on the squat.
Absolutely. Daniel Lee now, 177.5. Just 2.5 under the best we've ever seen from him.
Nice. That was a really solid second attempt. Exactly how you wanted to move. Sets him up really well for his third.
Yeah. So we've seen a 7.5 jump from first to second.
Maybe a 5 kilo.
5.
Even the 7.5.
Again, 7.5 if he wants to take some risk on. That moved very nicely.
Here comes Joseph L taking 185. Really building that subtotal. Putting himself in the best place he can going into deads. Now, I've got his best bench press being 200 in the gym.
Yeah, 192.5 on the platform. So.
I doubt we'll see a bigger jump from second to third than we will from first to second. Although that was very nice. Maybe he'll match it. I don't know. That one was super convincing. If my coach said to me, do you have 7.5 after that attempt? I'd say, hell yeah, I do.
Yeah, look, and whilst it would be unusual, it's not unheard of to see a bigger jump on the third. Sometimes you get a bit spooked on the opener, but then all of a sudden the second moves extremely well. You found the spot on the bench, etc., and you just go, you know what? I've got 7.5 or whatever it is. So let's see. Jonathan Caruso now, 187.5. So this will be a kilo more than we've seen Jonathan hit last year in the under 83s when he set the national record.
A kilo and a half. It was 186.
Sorry, 186, yes. Kilo and a half.
Because Cortez yesterday broke it at 186.5.
Correct.
That was a good press here. Now we'll see if he makes it on the board with this one. The referees give 3 white lights. So Jonathan Caruso is on the board now with 187. This tied heaviest second attempt of the 93s. Here comes Josh Takua with 187.5. 180 moved like butter. He needs this to close the gap.
No, are we anywhere near the 93 bench record, so
93 bench record is the 192.5 standard.
So still the standard. Both Takua and Jonathan potentially in striking range today.
Here we actually have an attempt put in by Jonathan at a 193. Let's watch Josh for a second. 187.5. Looking good. A little bit of work there. Now he doesn't have... He could potentially take a chip. 193.5.
Well, he can put in the 193, but given Jonathan will go first, he would then have to go up to 193.5 if Jonathan's successful. If Jonathan's unsuccessful, he can take the 193.
That's right.
I think if I have to be critical, I think the 187.5 moves slightly easier for Josh than it did for Jonathan.
Really?
I think so.
Okay.
Do you think different?
Maybe I'm remembering slightly different.
Maybe.
I guess we'll see, hey?
It's been a long 2 days so far.
It has, it has. Alrighty, going into our thirds, we have Dean taking a 5 kilo jump to 155 kilos.
$150 move well for Dean. Regathered himself after the one, just a re-rack there on the 140. 150, no issues whatsoever. Moves very nicely. And a 5 kilo jump up here. 10 kilos above anything we've seen him do on the platform before, so this will be a big PB.
Yeah, really phenomenal.
Has already locked in a 5 kilo PB.
Unfortunately not there today. We saw he's getting really deep. He does have that long arm curse. He will make those 5 kilos back on the deadlift for sure.
And yeah, walks away with the 150, which is a 5 kilo PB. And only just competed back in Oh, yeah, so he missed the 150 back in November. He claims it today, so that's a big win for Dean.
Very nice.
Okay, Adam Jones now. Crowd fires up. Local legend.
He's trying to collect every little chip that he can.
Yep.
Now, he's got to get this because Josh has put in an attempt for 190. So if Adam makes, assuming Josh makes as well, that closes their subtotal gap. They will have the same subtotal going into deads.
Okay.
Here comes Adam. Gets the press command and a good fight. Arguably the same as his second.
Yeah, it moved as well, if not slightly better.
2-1,
Yellow.
good lift.
Oh, a little bit of butt lift there from that side ref. You can just see it on the replay. Look closely. But gets away with it, 2-1.
Luckily, he's on.
So 170 there, grabs the 2.5 and sets up the battle for him and Josh. Like you said, Josh put in 190 for his third. I think that's a safe move. The 187 moved fine. He's definitely good for another 2.5, I would say.
Yeah.
But like you said, important he doesn't drop any more kilos. So
Exactly.
they're playing a smart game here today. Puts him and Jonesy coming in deadlifts neck and neck.
Really neck and neck. Only 10 kilos separates them on their openers. We know they have somewhat similar, but Adam has had some serious momentum going into this competition, if we excuse the niggles.
Yeah, and that's going to be the big question. How healthy is he today? We spoke about this leading United Champions last year. He's been in the game for a long time. Over that time, he's learnt to understand his body, and he knows when to pull up.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
So he may have pulled up early enough with some of these niggles that a week and a half, 2 weeks later, he's feeling fresh. I mean, it certainly hasn't showed on his squat or his bench today that he's got a niggle. So I'm excited.
I am too. I don't think he's going to be fazed by things like this.
No.
And it seems like Callum Gibbons has timed out. Am I understanding the situation correctly, or was there an attempt change? Yeah, so Cal Gibbons has timed out, elected not to take 172.5. Up next, Simon will be taking a 5 kilo jump from 172. He made really convincing work at his second attempt.
Yeah, and smart move there from Callan. The 170 was work. And like we said, sometimes you risk the back by coming out and trying to just grab that extra 2.5. Callan, a big deadlifter, he'll want to save it.
That's right. He was also opening the heaviest deadlift of the flight at 320. We get a big all from the crowd. I was looking away for just a second. 3 red lights. Did you catch that one, Chris?
Yeah, jumped the press command, unfortunately.
Shame, because he really looked good.
He was just a bit keen, unfortunately. Strength, not a problem.
No, it didn't look like a struggle.
But yeah, I think the crowd knew it.
Yeah. Here comes Daniel Lee with 185. Yeah, another 7.5 kilo jump.
Sweet for a 5 kilo PB here for Daniel.
A big push there. Unfortunately, just doesn't make it through the second half of the press. Finishes bench at 177.5. Still a valiant effort.
Sticks with it, but you just see this little dip there. And
Yeah.
says that'll do. All right, Joseph now. 190 on the bar. Jumped up 5 kilos. Just below the best we've ever seen him do on the platform.
Now, we did say his second flew. It would be super unconventional to take a 7.5 kilo jump after a 5 kilo jump. So 5 is reasonable and within grounds. If it's anything like his last ones, we should be looking at 3 white lights. Let's see if he can execute. A good press there. Small sticking point and a little bit of shake. The referees are happy with it, awarding 3 white lights for a tied second heaviest bench of the 93 kilo class.
And it's a great call there not to try and equal his best, his 192, which was his best ever. I think 190 was the right call.
Yeah,
Two and a
agreed.
half more probably would have pushed him just over the edge.
Keep yourself on the board, especially...
Takua now coming out with 190 on the bar.
Yeah,
I
so
expect this will be light work for Josh. The 187 moved, I thought, quite well. But like you said, he's not here to max out his bench. He's here to play the total game.
that's right.
And he wants to lock in this 2.5 kilos.
Without this, he goes into Deads with a 22.5 kilo deficit. Sorry, no. Just 2.5.
As expected. Nice
Really
and quick.
light work there. Sorry, so my mistake. He closed the gap with this attempt between him and Adam. So going into deadlifts, they have the same subtotal. So he benched 20 kilos more than Adam, but Adam squatted 20 kilos more than him. Now, just going back to Joseph, with 190 kilos, it secures him 6 for 6 so far on the day. He's definitely playing the long game. He knows he's not in contention for the top, so he's making as many attempts as he can.
Oh, and we actually have Caruso in the subtotal game as well.
Wow.
Let's see what the result is here. 193 for a national record loaded on the bar.
Now, 193 would give him the biggest subtotal, correct? Assuming he makes this.
Well, it looks good. He clips the rack, but he still gets it there.
A
Do the
clip
refs
is
like it?
fine.
They
He gets
do.
3 white lights. That's a new national record. Well done, Jonathan
And
Caruso.
yes, you are correct. It pushes him up to 483 subtotal and into the lead heading
Wow.
into deadlifts. Jonathan Caruso here. So look, that rounds out our bench. Let's sum it up here. So heading into deadlifts in the under 76, we have currently in first place, Shania Radke. She's sitting on a subtotal 285.5 and a forecasted total at the moment on openers alone of 480.5, which is her previous best ever total, and that's just on her opening deadlift. In second, on just forecasted at this point in time, 13.5 kilos behind, Hannah Altman. And then in third place, with 455 forecasted at the moment, is Jung. And then as we head down into the under 93 kilo category, we have on subtotal, Jonathan Caruso slightly in the lead, do we?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Jonathan Caruso
483.
slightly in the lead, yeah.
So Jonathan Caruso, he's got a 5.5 kilo lead on Adam and Takua. Now, on forecast, that does correct a little bit. When I look, puts Caruso forecasted on 763 on his opening deadlift. He has the smaller deadlift out of these lads, but he does take big jumps, but so do the other boys as well. So he's currently forecast 763 in fourth position. We have Simon Shahi forecast on 770 and into third place on his opener. And then you have Jones forecasted in first at 787.5. Takua forecasted 10 kilos behind at 777.5. It'll come down to who takes the bigger jumps. We know Shahidi has a massive deadlift and he's willing to load it if it means first place. Takua also takes big jumps, but Jones is also a very good deadlifter. And then Jonathan Caruso, he could be in the ballpark come the end. He's not far behind, particularly for the podium. Maybe first is slightly far ahead, but definitely podium. And again, you never know what could happen.
That's right.
So look, we will be right back. 7 minutes, 55 seconds to go. Deadlifts will begin. Go and grab a drink. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. We're going to see fireworks out here on the platform tonight for our deadlift session. Be back soon. final lift is the deadlift. This is an exciting lift to watch, and the competition lead may change several times throughout. To perform a deadlift, the bar is simply lifted straight from the ground. Once complete, the athlete receives the down command, returning the bar to the floor. A good lift is awarded where knees, hips, and shoulders are locked. There was no downward movement of the bar. The thighs did not support the bar during the lift. The bar remained in the hands until it is in contact with the platform. Pay particular attention to ambitious attempt selections during this lift, as athletes and handlers push their total to secure their placing in the competition.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our main event. Up now, we have Dorota taking 152 for a very smooth opener.
She's had a smashing day so far.
Yeah,
BB's on
really,
bench and
really
squat.
nice. Alrighty, up next with 160 kilos, Holly will be taking her opening deadlift. Big cheer from the crowd here. Alrighty, not exactly how you'd want an opener to move, but didn't look too challenging. Oh, unfortunately, 3 reds, all yellow cards.
So generally a command for yellows on deadlift. So may have jumped the down command, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
And look, unfortunately, it was tough. So hopefully she can come out and do that again. It was a bit of work for her.
And look, she doesn't have the best record right now because she missed her first and second squat. Hopefully she doesn't have a repeat of so on deadlifts. Yep, and she's elected to go up anyway. Similar to her squat pattern. Alrighty, here comes Caitlin with 170 kilos.
Caitlin has deadlifted 192.5 at her last competition. So see some reasonable sized jumps here. Nice. And easy.
Good convincing lockout there. Gets a big cheer from the crowd.
Hannah Altman coming up next. And Hannah will open on 175 kilos as well. We've seen Hannah in the past do as high as 192.5, but 175 has been her max deadlift at the last couple of competitions. So great to see her coming out. Oh, wait, I've jumped the gun here. It's Evangelini coming out now, sorry. She's also got 175 kilos. Her max 195. So we may see some 10 or more kilo jumps here for her today. Very nice opener there for Evangelini.
Also on 175, Hannah will be taking her opening deadlift.
Yeah, and as I was incorrectly talking about Hannah before, you see here this deadlift trend for Hannah has, like I said, deadlifted up to 192.5 in the past. May have been slightly injured. 175 the max she's deadlifted recently. So great to see her opening on it here today. We'll see some big moves.
Very nice. Now, Chris, just with some quick calculations, Hannah only has to increase her deadlift from the opener 27.5 within 2 attempts, which isn't unreasonable jumps, to hit the regional qualifying total.
So she needs 27.5. So what does that mean? 202? So we'll be 10 kilos above what she's ever done in the past. But again, she's looking very strong today. So anything's possible.
Yeah, we'll see what happens later today.
Jung with a lightning pull there. 180 kilos for her opener.
Absolutely phenomenal rip. Up next, also at 180, Trinity. Here, Chris, we'll see those long arms get put to use. A really nice, snappy deadlift there at the top.
Yeah, no nonsense. Walks straight up to the bar, rips it straight off the ground, nice and quick. Shania Radke now coming out. Being handled today by Jacob from Strength Club. Shania's opening on 195. She's got a big deadlift. We've seen her do as high as 207.5 at SBD Cup last year.
Now she needs from here a 14.5 kilo increase to make the regional qualification. Might not be done in one jump, but definitely in 2.
And that moves well.
Talk about forklift.
Yeah, so let's see what play they make. Do they jump 10 and then they only need a 5 on the second? Or do they want to lock in the regional on the second
And go for something good on the third.
and go for that 5'10" on the third? It would be a big ask.
5'10" would be a massive ask, yeah.
But given she's got a bit of lead, she potentially has the option to do it. So let's see.
No, so they've only put in a 10-kilo jump.
Okay. We'll secure the regional for sure. Get the 10.
So,
Be a
yeah,
5-kilo jump then.
10, and then she'll need a 5-kilo jump.
Okay, Dorota now. She's jumped 10 kilos here. And there we go. That's
She looks
another
good for
PB.
Very
Dorota
nice.
today. So Dorota's previous best on the platform, 160. So another 2.5 kilo PB today. She did 5 on bench, 5 on squat, 2.5 already here on the deadlift. So 12.5 on the total. Some crazy progress.
Alrighty, now here comes. This is an important attempt for Holly. She's opted to go up 5 kilos despite missing her first attempt on commands. Strength was a little bit of an issue. It didn't move exactly how an opener should. Hopefully she can lock this in.
Well, that was actually much better.
That looked very convincing. 3 white lights from the refs. Very snappy submission of the lights.
And that's great. She's on the board now. Yeah, nothing to pick in that deadlift. It
Very
looks really
nice.
good. So great work there from Holly. She's on the board. And now we have Caitlin Cray coming back out.
Taking a 15-kilo jump from 170 to 185.
Best ever 192.5. So just 7.5 below that. She's used to taking big jumps. Previous comp, she's jumped 15s, 12s and a halves, even between her second and third. So
So maybe we'll be lucky and see PB here today. A little bit sticky around lockout, but she gets the job done. 3 white lights there. The rest are happy. We'll see what kind of jump she takes. Hopefully we'll see PB territory. Here comes Evangeline with 187.5. Now, Chris, these deadlifts are moving exceptionally fast here. Our spotters and loaders are doing a really good job. For those of you watching at home, make sure you're well equipped for the rest of the session. If you need to go, go now in seconds so you don't miss any third attempts.
yeah, a number of lifters had very similar or the same weights on their first attempts. And so the flight starts to move very quickly. Also only an 8-person flight.
A little bit sticky there at the top. She manages to get those shoulders back. A very convincing lockout. Small technical difficulties with the lights. There we go. 2-1, good lift. She received a blue card on her from the middle ref. Alrighty, now at the same weight, Hannah Altman is taking 187.5. Currently on a 467.5. This will get her to 480. And this is a 12.5 kilo jump. If successful, 115 kilo jump, despite being unconventional, would get her a regional invitation. Regional qualification, sorry. We'll see how this moves. A big pull there. Very nice from Hannah. Convincing lockout. Let's see what the refs say. 3 white lights. Well done, Hannah. That gives her a 480. Now we'll see what her and Kelly Mann want to do for their last. Will they secure something good? Or will they go balls to the walls and try attempt that? So they've taken a 12.5 kilo jump, which means she'll finish at 492.5. Alrighty, here comes Trinity with 190 kilos. A good push there, snappy lockout, 10 kilo jump, light work. I'd be surprised if there's any reds here.
3 white lights.
Phenomenal work.
Great lift for Trinity.
Here comes Jung taking 192.5 for her second attempt, a 12.5 kilo jump.
So Jung's open a flu at 180. Equal PB here if she is successful.
She's used to taking 12.5 kilo jumps. Big cheer squad here for Jung. A big push. Very nice lockout. Aiden Potts gives a nod of approval from the side.
And look, not that much different from her opener, to be fair. Tiny little bit slower off the floor, but for a 12.5 kilo jump, moves very well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's see what she locks in for the third.
Here we have Shania taking 205. If successful, this will give her a 490.5 kilo total.
And look, this is just 2.5 below her previous deadlift PB, which was only at SPD Cup not that long ago.
She's really progressed her lift. I think she's really been keen on locking an international qualifying total. She goes in. A very strong lock there.
Wow. Well, if I remember correctly from SPD Cup, the 207 was work. And so if that's any indication, 205 moves like that, the deadlift has progressed a lot in the last 6 months.
Yeah, wow.
So
And we've got the attempt in at 215, which is a national record. Now, I don't know if it's a national record deadlift or total. Let's quickly check that one. Yep, so it's a national record total and a national record deadlift. The standard is at 210 for the 76ers, and the national record total is currently held by Brittany at 495. If successful, Shania will total 500.5, which will be a massive total PB and a huge milestone as well.
Okay. So what is her current total with that 205 locked in? We watched Dorota here come out for her third, 170 on the bar, 7.5 kilos.
A
Super
big
knees.
push and fight.
Oh, wow. She gets white lights here. That's a 10 kilo comp PB. She does. She's ecstatic. Wow. She's had a great day. So there's a 5 kilo on squat, 5 kilo on bench, and 10 kilo on deadlifts. 20 kilo total PB, I assume.
Jeez, what a comp recap.
Yeah, that's going to be an amazing one. Coach Liz Craven's very happy. Okay. So Shania currently on...
She's currently on 490.5.
Right.
And with 215, she will go up to 500.5.
So risking the regional total.
That's correct. For the 500. Here comes Holly.
I mean, look, there's always second and third round invites for internationals anyway.
Big push off the floor. Smiles from halfway down, and she is happy with that lockout. Let's see if the refs are. They are indeed. 3 white lights. She walks off very happy.
So, wow, she's done so well to regain composure here after a shaky start. Missed the down command on her opener. Came back out, moved the second arguably better than the first anyway, and then the third probably better again.
Mind you, with a 10 kilo jump.
Yeah.
She took a 5 kilo from her first to her second and a 10 from her second to her third.
Amazing work for Holly. She's done really well. Okay, Evangeline now coming out with 192. She's opting for a 5 kilo jump. Just marginally below the best we've seen her do on the platform at 195.
But we'll give her a 2.5 kilo total PB if successful. Here she comes. Great off the floor. Good lockout there for Evangeline. Securing a 2.5 kilo total PR. And finishing an 8 for 9 day. Well done, Evangeline.
Great attempt selection there. I think 192 was definitely the right call today. It was work, but she gets it to the top, gets the white lights, and finishes 8 from 9, if I can read that correctly, with a 455, 2.5 kilo total PB. Amazing. Caitlin Cray now coming out. So Caitlin Cray, best ever 192.5. She's opting for a 2.5 kilo PB attempt here on the deadlift. And a best ever total of 430. We see Caitlin Cray forecast 435 with this lift. So if successful, deadlift PB and a total PB.
Bar gets away from her a little bit off the floor. Unfortunately, we get some up and down movement. She still fights with the bar. Doesn't manage to lock it out. Good effort regardless, Caitlin. Well done.
So walks away with a 425 total.
Up next, with around 200, Trinity is taking her final deadlift attempt.
Oh, shots from the back room. She's looking fired up. $10-kilo jump.
Alrighty, here she comes. Massive PB here. Big push. Awesome work there. Rounding off the day, 8 for 9 with a cool $2 to finish the day. Well done. She finishes with a 442.5 kilo total. Awesome work, Trinity. Up next, also at 200 kilos, Hannah Altman. Now with this, she will not be qualifying, hitting the QT for regional. She'll be having a 492.5. And with that, a 480.
But look, places are very close to it. So again, maybe open then the second or third round invites to those regionals. So it's a good position for her to be in, and it's a big total PB for her.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the data I've got on here, that would be like a 22.5 kilo
22
PB.
and a half, wow. Here comes Hannah. She's into it. So is Kelly Manhandler. Big pull. Breaks the knees. Almost at the top. Can she find her shoulders? She gets the down command from the head ref. Are they convinced? Oh, unfortunately not. One blue and one red from the side refs. Front ref is happy. Phenomenal effort regardless, Hannah. You've won in our hearts. Up next, taking 205 kilos, Jung for her final deadlift. Oh, we've had an attempt change. 482.5 total with a 207 kilo deadlift. Because she's heavier than Hannah, she's had to take the small chip to secure silver. So if successful, she will move into silver place and bump Hannah down. If unsuccessful, she still walks away with a bronze.
Well, this is the smart move then. There's no point going for any other number than this one.
And Chris, I don't believe it. We've actually had a massive attempt change. Shania is going for 224 after this.
She wants the world's QT. That would lock her in at 5'10". Here comes Jung.
Fired up. Crowd is roaring. They know what this means. Pulling into second place. Everything on the line here. Jung starts. Unfortunately not there today. Valiant effort from Jung. Well done. She finishes today in bronze position.
Well, it would have been a big ask, a 15-kilo jump there on a second. But she gave it everything she had. It was worth the try. She already had third in the bag. you might as well pull for second if it's there.
Chris, we've reached the climax of this flight. We've had an attempt change from Shania, 224.5 on the bar. The referees are checking the micros. She wants the world's QT.
So, interesting play, right? I think with Hannah missing, it's given her the breathing room now to go, bugger it, I'm going for the world's QT.
Yeah.
Now, this will be 17 and a half kilo PB, something around that range.
Yeah. Her best deadlift is 207.5. I remember you mentioning it's work.
16 and a half or 16 kilos. I can't even do the math because it's not in 2.5 kilo increments, and that's the only way my brain works.
Exactly.
This is going to be huge.
This is massive, Chris. Really, really massive. 19.5 kilo jump right here for Shania. Every single person in this room is behind her. She knows what's on the line. Handler Jacob Sofianos locked in on this attempt.
This will be wild if she pulls this off.
She looks absolutely focused. Showing true grit. Let's get it, Shania. Starts pulling. Not there today. She knew it was all or nothing. Well done, Shania. Finishing the day with a 490.5.
And she is your new national under 76 kilogram champion. Adds around 10 and a half kilos to her best ever total. So an amazing day out for Shania. Goes for the Hail Mary on the third, and unfortunately just slightly too heavy today.
You absolutely got to respect the hustle, though. She knew what was on the line. She had the easy target of the regional, and she said, stuff that. I didn't come here to play. I came here to lift. And she lifted.
Well, look, both her and her partner Sam, they were both wanting the Germany tickets. Sam will be out here tomorrow in the under 120s, vying for first place. And Shania loaded it up. We love to see it. That's what's so exciting about third deadlifts.
Chris, we are going into the B flight of the 93s here. Opening up our session, we have Michael with 250 kilos.
Makes reasonably
Very
light work.
nice there. Three white lights and a snappy lock out there on the replay. Also at 259, Aaron will be taking his opening deadlift.
Seen Aaron do as high as 282.5 back in 2023.
Oh, wow. Chris, I wasn't ready for that one.
That was snappy.
Understatement.
Like we said, he has pulled as high as 282.5 before in the past. Recent times, though, around the 265 mark. Let me just see, did he miss his thirds in those comps? Or no, that was his third, 265. So he's definitely pitching. Maybe he had a bit of an injury, but he's looking like he's returning to form here today.
And look, he's taken a 20 kilo jump for his next for 270. I think he's good for more. Alrighty, here comes Daniel Liu with 250 on the bar. Now, I've got his best deadlift at 270, but on his last post, he said 6 days out, posted his squat, posted his bench, but he said redacted deadlift. Now, that was smooth. That was quick. Let's see what he's got in store for us. I wouldn't be surprised with even a 25 kilo jump here. I know it's massive, but that was smooth and very fast.
Yeah, look, his last comp back in August, sorry. He started on 260, jumped to 275, then jumped to 290, so 15 kilo jumps. Starting at 250 today, maybe being a bit conservative, saving a bit of energy, we may see a bit bigger jump today.
Potentially even going to 275 on his second, and then 292 or north of that
Sure.
All right. Here comes Richard, 262.5. That looked good.
Another very quick opener.
Very quick opener. These B-flights really know how to make their openers count.
Richard has deadlifted as high as 300 in the past, all the way back 2022.
Interesting.
Michael Wu now coming out.
265.
So again, Michael, another lifter who has hit 300 back in August last year.
Now, he also hit 300 in prep.
Okay. Well, I expect we'll see some big jumps here from Michael.
Yeah. Interesting enough about Richard, 270 in his prep looked a little hitched.
Okay.
So we'll see what happens today. Maybe he's one of the competitors that just manages to show up on the platform.
Yeah, absolutely, because that one showed him no resistance at all. See how Michael moves this one.
That was some textbook sumo.
See the nice quick knee lock as the bar crosses. Gets it through the lockout very quickly. Boom.
Wow. Efficiency. Up next, at 270 kilos, we will have Jade taking his opening deadlift. Waiting on Jade just now. We've received the bar as loaded command. Timer hasn't started. Might be, there we go.
So Jade sitting at 270 for the opener. Last comp hit 300. Assume we'll aim around that range again today.
That looked nice. That looked real nice.
Just smooth the whole way from the floor to the top. Not overly, super quick, but smooth. One consistent pace.
Also at 217 kilos, Aiden is taking his opening deadlift.
Out he comes. Again, another lifter who has hit 300 just a few months back.
A nice opening deadlift there from Aiden.
Lennox Liu now. He's going to open at 275.
Now, 275 was the attempt that he only managed to get on his last deadlift, last competition. He missed it twice. I think he had a speed wobble on one of them. Not sure about the other, but he locked it in at the end. Finished with a nominated total of 715 at the time. Now, with this opener, he's projected 750.
Wow.
Which is massive for the B-flight. Really massive.
That's the jump from the 83s up to the 93s. See how he handles the weight here today.
Oh, and he's in good nick, Chris. My goodness.
No speed wobbles today.
No, sir. Also at 275, we have Squid.
And Lennox Liu currently 7 from 7. Great day. Here comes Edward Sun. 275 for his opening attempt. Has hit 307 all the way back in 2022, but 300 in recent times. Oh, snappy.
Jeez, I blinked. I missed it. Let me watch that replay. No surprise from the referees. 3 white lights. Yeah, maybe a 55, 60 kilo jump.
Look, the only thing these really fast, particularly the sumo deadlifters, have to watch out for is that speed wobble.
That's
Sometimes locking out that quickly can cause you to bobble at the top. So let's see how they progress. It's looking really good so far for Lennox and for Edward. And now we have Michael Buttermote coming out again. He's taking a 20 kilo jump up here. Deadlifted 285 in July last year.
This will be a good tell to show us what kind of jump he'll be making next. He has a little bit of a sticking point off the floor, but honestly, Chris, I prefer a sticking point on the off the floor than at lockout. Because at lockout, you just get a little bit more desperate, a little bit more hitchy. You start losing position. If you're slower off the floor, I mean, look at the sumo kids. They manage to snap it out every single time.
As long as you're patient with it and keep pushing and don't lose that back position.
That's right.
Which we see quite a lot of sumo lifters fall into that trap.
Yeah.
Here we have Aaron Abani coming out now for his second. He's jumped up 20 kilos to 270.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, snappy there. Second attempt. 5 kilos more than he lifted on his third back in October.
Good on him.
Has deadlifted 282.5 all the way back in March 23. 247.5 at what looks like last year's Nationals. Yeah, so failed 255 twice at last year's Nationals.
Wow. Made light work of
Yeah.
270. Super
Smoked
light
it
work.
today. So he's had a great prep. Here comes Daniel Liu. $25 kilo jump here for
Just as
Daniel.
we called it. He's coming for it very hard. And a good deadlift there. Let's see what the refs say about it.
Look,
Wonderful.
little bit of work.
Yeah.
It was a 25 kilo jump though. That's a big shock to the body. You watch the feet here in the replay, see a little bit of shift to the heels, the toes just wobble there at the
Yeah,
end.
just a little bit.
But that's okay. He just needs to keep staying forward and keep pushing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we'll see another 25 kilo jump though
No,
for his third.
likely not. But I think his PB is 290 if I'm not
Correct,
mistaken.
correct.
So maybe we'll see 292.5.
Here comes Richard now. We've got a 282.5 on the bar here. 20 kilo jump.
Nice. Great 20 kilo jump there for Richard. Makes a very convincing lockout.
Yeah, and I think given Richard's top deadlift ever, I think was 300.
Yeah.
Yeah, 300. So, yeah, look, pacing towards that today.
Yeah, he's really doing good. Pleasantly surprised me.
See if he locks in here on the third.
Here comes Jade taking a 15 kilo jump to 285. Now this again is 15 kilos from 300. Potentially pacing for 300 again.
Yeah, I would say that's the goal here if this moves okay.
And making this would give him a 7.5 kilo total PB on his second.
Takes a whiff of ammonia, walks out to the platform. Fist bumps for the spotters.
Chris, another subtle detail. He's got one white earring, one black. I love this guy. People are getting around him. A good pull. Oh, yeah. That was nice, Chris. That was real nice.
Again, just one speed, top to bottom, nice and controlled.
Walks away with already 7.5 kilos total added to his resume.
All right. Here comes Aiden now with 285 on the bar, 15 kilo jump. Again, Aiden, one of the lifters who has hit 300 in this flight. We've got a numerous, that's their PB. And again, I would say if this moves well, he'll be looking to take that next 15 kilo jump to 300.
Awesome pull there, Chris. Really nice. Flat foot. Stayed in the middle. Beautiful lockout.
Little bit of work at the top.
Yeah. But
clean.
No sticking points, yeah.
So we'll see. Michael Wu now attempting 285 as well. Sets the bar exactly where he wants it. Again, I think if this moves well, we'll be pacing towards his 300 again.
That's right. And the jumps look just right too. Let's see how this one moves before we make any assumptions. Nice. He gets the down command. That right knee from here looked like it unlocked and relocked a little bit, but it's all good.
Let's just check there wasn't a dip there on the transition point.
Alrighty, here comes Lennox, 292.5. Let's pull up his old stats here. 295 is his all-time PR, so this is 2.5 kilos away from that. If successful, finishing 767.5, which is a massive 52 kilos on his total.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Gee, what a comp recap, hey?
And that's just from July last year, I believe. Yeah, July last year.
Wow. Oh my days, Chris. 300 is the conservative end.
I agree.
52.5 kilos on his total, and he has one deadlift to go. He's really making a statement here in the B flight. Here we come for our first 300 kilo pull of the day. Edward's son, aka Squid, coming out. A banger pull.
Oh my God. That was a 25 kilo jump. It made no difference.
It didn't.
It made no difference.
He really needs some weight on that bar.
307.5 is the most we've seen from him in the past. He's got to load more than that today.
No, he has to. It's irresponsible not to.
320 even?
320.
Who knows? Let's see. We'll see what his coach puts in a second. Now we have Michael coming out for his third and final attempt. 275.
This will give him a 675 total.
Just waiting for Michael. We might be timing it out here.
Potentially.
I'm not seeing him waiting in the wings.
No, it doesn't look like it. Potentially he's happy with his 670. He doesn't need to push more.
Yeah, hopefully he didn't pick up a little injury or something there on his second.
Still got 30 seconds to go here. Yep. Chris, we have the attempts. Lennox Liu is going to 305 kilos. Jade is loading a 2.5 kilo PB. Aiden is loading a match PB at 300. Michael Wu is loading 305. Edwardson yet to put in his attempt card. Or maybe it is and it's still getting filed and uploaded and everything. Alrighty, and that is a timeout for Michael.
Well, on my screen, it's showing Edwardson as timing out.
Timing out his attempt?
I hope not.
Yeah, it'd be crazy.
I'm not seeing any movements from Tech.
There we go.
Oh, no, there we go. It's caught up.
315.
315. So, yeah, 15 kilo jump. Safe call there, I think.
Alrighty. Aaron gets a little too excited, doesn't wait for the bars loaded, but comes out in time now. He's pretty stoked. This will give Aaron a 2.5 kilo deadlift PR. Wow. Chris, that's awesome.
That's so nice.
What a way to end the day. He's very happy. Good stuff. Now, 2.5 kilos up from there. Daniel Liu will be taking 285 kilos. Sorry, 287. My apologies. Now, Chris, this will give him a nice round 700 kilo total.
Should be a 10 kilo total PB. So even though 2.5 less than the most we've seen him deadlift, it will give him that 10 kilo total PB and that magic 700, which is an important number. Bar is loaded for Daniel. Out he comes.
Here he comes. He made light work of 250, 275 also. Here he comes. Pulls it. Unfortunately, doesn't make it past the knees. Well done to you, Daniel. Finishing off the day, 2.5 kilos under his personal best. Taking a chip of 700. Got to respect the hustle.
You see here, so he just shifts back off the heels on the floor. Unfortunately, once you do that, it gets very hard to get some push out of the legs.
Yeah, that's right.
So slightly too heavy for him today.
Okay, here comes Richard. 5 kilos under his personal best. If successful, will tick him over the 700 kilo mark.
Coach Alex Hayes off to the side there with Richard. Out he comes.
We really just want to see him absolutely smash this one. Big push. Gets it up. Unfortunately, just slips out of the hands there. Great effort, Richard. You did really well. 295 just isn't there today. Alrighty. A 300 kilo third attempt for Aiden. Match PB here. Oh, and Chris, we're looking at a 30 kilo total PB.
Wow.
If successful. If unsuccessful, 15 kilo total PB. Winning either way.
He is fired up.
Here he comes. He knows he wants it. A big pull, past the knees, gets a sticking point, and pushes through. Let's see what the rest have to say about it. It looked good from here. 3 white lights for Aiden. A 30 kilo total PB. Massive congratulations. Now a 2.5 kilo deadlift PR attempt for Jade.
302.5. He's been looking great so far today.
He's 8 for 8 so far. This attempt will give him a 25 kilo total PB. The crowd is behind him.
This pumps all the spotters again.
He is the man.
In the zone. Let's go, Jade. Wants the crowd to lift him up.
Everyone gets around Jade. Big pull. Fights it past the knees. He locks it out. Chris, those knees look straight by the end of that lift.
Yeah, he had to fight it the whole way.
2-1. Good lift there. Well done, Jade. Chris, I'm in shock at this B flight Lennox Lou. If successful, he will total 780 kilos.
Wow.
That's likely more than some of the A-lifter flights will be.
Absolutely. It's because he had that nominated total from the lower weight class.
That's right.
He certainly won't be hanging out in the B flight next year.
No, sir.
Forced to be reckoned with. Here he comes, 305 kilos. Tells his handler to wait for the right moment of the song. Stalks the bar.
Here he comes. Lennox Lou has had a phenomenal day so far. Has spared no kilo on the platform. He is having the meat of his life. A big pull. Oh, Chris. That's borderline. That is borderline. Let's see what the referees say.
Yeah, that right hand grip starts to fail him.
That's
and
right.
The knee starts to come under the bar to try and support it, which unlocks the knee. So we get some for grip, we get some for the knee unlocking, unfortunately. So he goes 8 from 9.
Yeah, 8 from 9, a 52.5 kilo total PB, you know, an average day in the office.
Wow.
Unfortunately, doesn't make his last deadlift. Regardless, well done, Lennox. You are the man.
Here's Michael Wu now, the flashing cat ear headphones. He's coming out 305 loaded on the bar as well.
A 5 kilo deadlift PB, taking him over the 700 kilo total mark to 710 if successful. Here comes the pull. Unfortunately, not there today. Still, another lifter going 8 for 8, giving themselves the best chance they can. He ties his all-time total PR with missing his last deadlift, giving a fist bump to all the referees. Well done, Michael. All right, Chris. Here we have Squid approaching the bar with 315 kilos. Now, pay attention to this man's grip, because he's the only lifter I've seen, except Jonathan Garcia from USA, who does a mixed hook grip.
Oh, yes. Pretty rare.
Pretty rare, as is his deadlift. He's excited. Taking him to 712.5. A big pull.
Wow.
Locks it out. And looks around the room. Let's see what the referees say. Three white lights. Well done, Squid. Taking his total to 712.5, being the first lifter of the flight to finish 9 for 9. All right, Chris, we made it to the crescendo.
Into the A flight now for the under 93 kilo class. Joseph will open us up at 240 kilos. Previous PB 265, so just 25 kilos below that.
Oh, a very nice pull there.
Nice and quick.
Let's see what the refs have to say about it. Awesome work.
3 whites. Looking at the data source, seems to take 17.5 to 20 kilo jumps between his attempts, at least from first to second. So I'd say we'll get pretty close to his previous PB on the second attempt. Daniel Lee now coming out 255 for his opening attempt. And 270, the best we have in the system for Daniel. Just 15 kilos below, and that moves very nicely. Hit the 270 just in November last year.
And he started that one at 250. So maybe we'll see a PB here. Starting at 255. We'll see what kind of jump him and his handler take.
Yeah, interesting when I look back through the data there. It seems like he used to take bigger jumps in the past, but his most recent comp just took 10s. So we'll see what the strategy is today.
Here comes our biggest subtotal yet, Jonathan Caruso, 280 kilos for his opening deadlift.
We'll see how bigger jumps he takes here in the deadlifts. On forecast, he drops back a little bit, sitting currently in first place. And if he takes significant jumps, he could remain there, but let's see.
Based on his deadlift opener, his total is ranked 4th. However, Lennox did take all his attempts already. He will bump Lennox off likely with his second attempt.
Moves well.
2-1, good lift there. 1 red card from the right-hand referee.
Just thinking they must not have been... Maybe the shoulders just a touch. I think it looked okay, but it's always a bit tough with the shoulders.
We've actually had an attempt change, Chris. Callan was originally opening at 320 kilos. Here he's opening at 300. Now, this is a number he's pulled many times in his life and will be a good indicator to how he's feeling about the day. A very snipey lockout there for Gibbo. 3 white lights from the referees.
Will we see an attempt at 230 from Gibbo today? We'll have to wait and find out. Attempted it once previously, a couple of years back, and it was unsuccessful, unfortunately. Locked in 325 at Night of Champions. But that looked well for that moved really well for his opener, so we'll see how far he chooses to jump up here in a second. Josh Dakua now coming out. He's opening 300 as well. Big important lift here for Josh. As him and Adam Jones and Simon Shahi go head to head.
Here's a quick look over at the clock to make sure he's all good to take his time. He's done all that he can on the subtotal. He's got to leave it all out here on the platform to have the best fighting chance against Shahidi and Jonesy. Chris, I looked down for a second. I looked back up and the weight was locked out. How did that one go?
As expected, moved very well. See here on the replay. Boom.
Wow.
Bar loaded now for Adam Jones. Flicks the headphones out. Slinks out onto the platform. Stalks the bar. Big home crowd in. I could hear his children in the crowd cheering on their dad. Sets up 302.5.
Oh, wow. Almost a speed wobble, Chris. Almost a speed wobble. He looks good.
Looks good. Not seeing any signs of that niggle we had in prep.
Let's see what the refs say about it. Maybe they're going to punish him for that slight wobble. 2-1. Nope. 3 white lights.
No,
awesome work,
looked okay
Jonesy.
on the replay. It was just like it'd be fine. His best ever was 325.
And how long ago was 325?
325 was Malta by the look of that.
Yeah. Looks like it.
What did he attempt at Night of Champs?
I think he did 330 from the top of my head. Yeah.
Just missed it. Just
Alrighty.
missed the 330.
Here
comes Dean. Big opening attempt, 310. Oh, very nice.
Wow. Phenomenal work from Dean. Luckily for him, there's no re-racks on deadlift, so the refs can't call him for that.
Nice little, he sort of kicks the bar away, rolls it back, almost like strongman style. Don't see that often, but it's really strong for him. Excited to see how big a jump he takes to his second. Simon Shahi now coming out with his opener at 320 kilos. We obviously seen him smoke 356 in the gym the other day.
Now, in Malta at Junior Worlds, they opened at 285 with their second at... Wow, Chris.
Oh.
Wow. That was a statement of a lift.
Yeah, like you said, Malta, 285.
320. I think in Malta he went 335 for a second of 50.
325.
Oh, 325, sorry.
Yep.
And then he had either a speed wobble or locked the knees early. So it's really nice to see him opening closer to top end and will likely take smaller jumps.
Yeah, this is the heaviest we've ever seen him open. Previous to this, it was 310.
I mean, we know he's good for it.
Absolutely.
Alrighty, coming up next, Joseph for 255 kilos, a 15-kilo jump.
This is moving fast. We're into the seconds already.
His best deadlift is 265, and his last competition deadlift was 260. He's built his subtotal. Now he just needs to make sure he locks in these attempts.
Yeah, so just 5 kilos behind his best ever total.
Phenomenal work there.
After that lift, which looked very nice. Daniel Lee out next, 267.5 on the bar. Just 2.5 kilos below his best ever, which was 270. So,
and 5 kilos under his total personal best. Chris, we have an attempt from Simon, 340 national record as his second.
20 kilo jump seems reasonable. Good lift there for Daniel. It's a little bit slower, but it was a consistent pace the whole way from the floor to the top. So I think he's got a bit more in the tank there. We should see him push that total PB up.
Absolutely. Referees really like that one. 3 white lights.
Jonathan Caruso now waiting in the wings. He's put 20 extra on the bar, jumping from 280 to 300. Now, we'll have to check in with the size of the jumps that Takua and Jones have taken. We've got Takua taking a 17.5 jump and Jones taking a 17.5 jump. So if successful here, Jonathan will claw back 2.5 kilos of that difference.
That's right, but even if successful, he is still over 10 kilos behind Takua and over 15 behind Adam.
It's going to be a big ask. But needs to lock this in first. Let's see.
Up it comes.
Ooh.
Chris, was that a wobble?
It may have been. Let's see what the referees think.
He doesn't look too pleased at the moment. Maybe he's just still amped from the lift.
He controls it, but was it enough that the bar fully dipped? He's having a bit of issue from Yuki. Yuki's giving it white. I'm seeing the thumb, but he's just waiting on the button.
We've got 2 thumbs up and 1 thumb down.
Okay, 2 to 1 good lift.
2 to 1 good lift.
Which is the same as he got on his opener. So again,
that's right.
Right side, we're just probably seeing a little soft shoulder, which is the side we're looking at. Sorry. Right side actually gave a blue for the wobble. So
for the wobble, okay.
Okay. So they saw it the same as we did on this side, but the other 2 refs are all good. So Jonathan locks in the 300. We have now Callan Gibbons coming out, 317.5. Just 7.5 below his previous best ever deadlift. On the platform, I think I've seen him lift 330 or above in the gym.
Nice. Oh, and that looked good, Chris. That looked better than his opener.
That's the best I've seen that weight move from Callan. We could be in for a show here tonight.
Jeez, things are heating up.
Puts him at 772.5. Just 10 kilos below his best ever comp total. Bar is loaded now for Josh Takua. This is a big lift here. 317.5 on the bar. Jones Takua going blow for blow in this battle here. Both taking 17.5 kilo jumps. anyone misses, it's the other person's game.
That's right.
And then there's the deadlift demon, Shahi, knocking on the door behind them as well.
With 340, Shahi will be at 790. With this lift,
Wow,
Josh Takua is at 795.
that looked great.
That did look really, really good, Chris.
Yep, 3 wide lights.
Jeez, things are heating up in here.
So that was a 17.5 kilo jump. I see no difference in speed from the opener. Another 17.5 is probably there if he needs it. Let's see what they load. Jones now.
Here comes Adam.
Cleaning the bar. A lot of chalk and talc build up. Tish doing a great job. All right. We're now happy.
Here comes Adam.
Here comes
320.
Jones.
This is a weight that he's moved phenomenally in week 1. The only hindrances I can see are the niggles that he's been dealing with in this prep.
But to be fair, we haven't seen any indication of that in his prior lifts tonight. So
You're absolutely
let's
right.
see.
Adam Jones, here he comes. Oh, Chris, we are in for a show.
I'm happy. Refs are too. 3 white lights. Now look, Takua's probably moved better, but Jones is a slower deadlifter to start with, so I'm not sure we can really judge it on overall pace. I don't know. Jones is top 325 in the past.
Jonesy also does not have the bodyweight advantage, so
Correct.
Jonesy has to finish higher.
And Takua,
and Jonesy both being heavier than Simon.
Takua hit 329 at SPD Cup, so marginally ahead of what Jones's best is. Here comes Dean now, though. 325, 15 kilo jump. Rolls it in. Pushes.
Oh, Chris.
It's a nice conventional deadlift.
Come on now.
See him put those long arms to use.
He's not missing a beat on these deadlifts.
No, he's a great deadlifter. And doing amazing handling himself here today as well.
Yeah, really phenomenal.
It's such a tough gig, especially out of nationals. So great work there from Dean. Simon Shahi now coming out with 340 kilos on the bar. This will be a national deadlift record as well.
11 kilos. Simon Shahi approaches the bar with an absolute killer instinct. He's learned his lessons. He's here for one reason.
Wow.
Chris!
Wow.
What are we going to do here?
I mean, technically, right, that was clean.
That was just as good, if not better than his opener. I don't know what is going to happen here.
So 20 kilo jump there. I don't know. He said he'll only load what's available on the day.
What's available on the day, Chris? I don't even know what the limit is.
So Butterworth's biggest deadlift from SBD Cup was 363. Does Simon aim for that? Does he go for first place? What sort of numbers are we talking about, Saw, that he would need to try and pull now that we have those third attempts in?
Okay, so now in third attempts, looking at our front runners, Josh Takua has put in 335 national record total. Simon Shahi has put in 362.5 national record deadlift, matching the total, so he would beat Josh on body weight. And Adam Jones has put in 337.5, putting his projected total at 815 kilos. Winning the overall battle by 2.5 kilos. Since he's the heaviest lifter of the front runners, he has to total more.
Joseph Au now, 270. 15 kilos up from the second. It's work, but he gets it to the top.
What a phenomenal showing, going 8 for 8 so far. Let's see what the refs have to say about this one.
Getting thumbs up. Yeah, it's a good lift.
It's a good lift. Well done. Joseph all finishing at 737.5, going 9 for 9. Well done.
Great work there for Joseph. Okay, well, we'll likely see some third deadlifts change between these top three here as we get closer based on how each other does. But at the end of the day, they're all here for first place, so they will take the attempt that puts them there, no doubt. Like you said, Jones being slightly heavier on body weight, he has to go that full 2.5 above. Daniel Lee now. Daniel Lee has taken a 7.5 kilo jump. So put him 5 kilos above his previous personal best.
Here he comes. 275. Makes its way up. Oh! He really almost had it by the skin of his teeth. Unfortunately, slipped out of that right hand. And obviously, you can't hold that with one hand. Well done, regardless.
Just see that right knee just fractionally away from being locked, but the grip just lets go. Probably half a second more, and it was locked in with the down command, but
literally
just too early. Unlucky there for Daniel, but from memory, Dan's had a great day out.
725 total.
725 total, so just below.
To 5 kilos
5 kilos
underneath.
below his best ever total. All right, Jonathan Caruso now. Jumped up 12.5. I think that's a reasonable jump here.
Yeah, we'll see. I think it's on the riskier side, but he does have to risk it. He can't just expect to finish fourth without a fight. Callum Gibbons still to come. Dean still to come.
Yeah, 300 was a bit of work, but it was a 20 kilo jump. Just a 12.5 here, so we'll see. Just had that one soft shoulder.
He's really got to push here. A big pull. It's off the floor.
Oh, and his grip just lets go on him.
He lost the grip at the end.
Oh,
well
lucky.
done. Regardless, he still walks away with a national bench press record at a new weight class.
Yeah, so now, and that finishes his day on 783.
Yeah,
So that's a
right.
great total for him. Big total PB.
Now, Callum Gibbons approaches the bar for a 5 kilo deadlift PR, which would put him in 4th place.
All right. This will knock Jonathan out of 4th place, back into 5th. We've seen Callan attempt 330 on the platform in the past. I'm sure I've seen him do it in the gym.
He's definitely done it in the gym.
So he's good for it. Let's see if he has the dog in him today.
We know Callum Gibbons loves that dog. Everyone getting around him here. A big pull. He fights hard.
Well,
unfortunately not there today. Regardless, phenomenal work from Gibbo. Finishing in 5th with 772.5. There's a small potential, Chris, that Dean will increase his attempt to bump Gibbo into 5th. Up now, we've got a very, very important deadlift here. We will likely see an attempt change. They're about to say bar is loaded. They're waiting for that attempt card to get handed in. This is when the game gets played. Oh, no, sorry. It's Josh Takua. Is Josh Takua going first? Yes. Josh Takua has elected 337.5.
What's going on here? We're seeing next Josh Takua and Josh Takua.
I think it is because a second ago, Adam Jones was coming up. Josh Takua changed to 337.5, which means Adam Jones will be forced to change to 340.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just technical difficulties despite the timer going down. All right. Deliberations are happening, ladies and gentlemen. Things are getting slightly heated with the attempt selection. Okay, 232 from word of mouth. Yes, Adam Jones, 232. Chris, can you confirm this one? 232 for Adam Jones.
Correct.
Alrighty. Adam Jones to attempt 232.5, which will finish him on an 810 total, a match total PB. Now, what they're banking on here is that Adam Jones makes and that Josh Takua misses. If Adam Jones misses this lift, it is a big deal because it opens the door wide open for Josh Takua. Everyone is on their feet. The crowd is fixed on Adam Jones. He knows what's on the table here.
This is what powerlifting is all about, so.
The home ground showing. Adam Jones pulls. What speed. Gets the down command. What? Victor Lewis jumping. Adam Jones looks to the screen. 2-1. Good lift. He has finished his day with an 810 kilo total. And now Josh is forced to go 232.5 or 235 or 332.5, 335 or 337.5.
Wow, so that's a 7.5 kilo deadlift PB for Adam Jones. And also, from what I can tell, the first time he's gone 800 plus on the platform. I know he's done it multiple times in training. But the first time he's been able to lock it in here on the platform.
Wow.
Going 9 from 9. He's had the best day he possibly could.
Now, Chris, Josh Takua has to hit this to make the winning total. Okay, the bar has been loaded. He can't take it down. He knows he has to hit this. The best I've seen him do in prep is 325. So this is a 12.5 kilo increase on that. Is this too much of an ask for Josh?
So this is an interesting play.
Everything rides on this attempt. Who would have thought that Josh Takua finishes the deadlift flight between him and Adam Jones?
Well, and it's interesting. He's obviously having to do this weight to block Simon.
That's right.
Because he could have went for 332.5 to equal Jonesy, but they're assuming Simon is going to hit.
Here he comes.
And he can't get it to lock out.
Unfortunately not there. He gets it almost all the way up. Can't lock the knees. Very sportsmanlike behavior. Nothing but respect for Josh Takua. Massive round of applause from the crowd. Falling on his shield. What a champion.
So look, it's an interesting call, but they had to respect Simon's massive deadlift. He could have went 332.5 and matched Adam and won on body weight. He could have went 2.5 more than that at 335 and matched Simon, but Simon has him on body weight. So he loaded the 337 to lock in the win guaranteed, or to force Simon to go even higher. But interesting play, risked it all to do that. Now the door open for Simon. Jones stays in first place for now. It will all come down to Simon Shahi's third deadlift. We've seen him lift 356 in the gym the other day. It was pretty quick.
Chris, I don't know where the ceiling is for Simon.
The problem is we haven't seen that many third deadlifts from him on the platform because he's always been trying to reach something. So it's hard to judge. Here comes Dean, though, in the meantime. Dean has loaded a national record attempt, 340.5 kilos.
Just to secure the national record, he will still finish in 6th.
A big deadlift here, if successful. Oh, wow.
Oh my goodness. Locks it out very convincingly. The referees look pretty pleased. Oh,
yeah. I was worried. There was a little wobble, and I wasn't sure if it dipped. Yeah,
Shame.
maybe a bit of dip there.
Oh, it just looked like he's locking out with 340 kilos.
I thought it might have just been the whip in the bar,
Yeah.
but
At
not
this
how the refs
weight,
seen it,
it's not
unfortunately.
something too foreign.
So look, but hey, claim that as a gym PB for sure. 340
Absolutely.
kilos, that's a big number.
All right.
Simon. 362.
362? 360.
Oh, 360. He's
That's
dropped
all
it
he
back to.
needs.
He's dropped it back to 360. With Takua missing, he's been able to pull it back slightly. Again, not doing anything silly. 363 could have been on the table, but he doesn't need it. He's dropped it back. Forecast the first place.
The crowd shouting, Simon, as 360 is loaded on the bar to pull this freshly graduated junior into the national champion position.
Crowd on their feet. Here he comes.
Everyone is
Simon Shahi.
around him. Phones galore. Hugo May losing his absolute stuff. 360 on the bar. Simon for his final deadlift attempt. He pulls!
Oh, and his grip lets out.
Unfortunately, it falls out.
And you know what this means?
It
Adam
means
Jones is your national champion for 2025. The redemption arc from Jonesy. For those who don't know, he missed weight at 2024 Nationals. Couldn't compete after being the world's representative and the national champion in 2023. And he comes here on home turf in front of his friends and family and takes out the national championship with an 810 kilo total. The first time we've seen Jonesy go 800 plus on the platform. Amazing day from him, 9 for 9. You could not have asked for anything more. 7.5 kilo PB in the deadlift. Squats, bench were great as well. Then in second place, Josh Takua. He came, he squatted well. Unfortunately, just missed that third squat on the 300 kilos. Bench press, 190, great bencher. And then he came in on the deadlift and just couldn't quite lock out 337.5. Massive attempt. And then obviously Simon Shahi finishing up in third position, going for 360, which would have been absolutely massive, and just narrowly missing it there on grip. So that rounds out the under 93 kilo category. What a battle. It was tipped to be the best men's battle of the weekend, and so far it's delivered. If we look then at the other flight we had was the under 76 kilos, where you had Shania?
Yeah, Shania.
Trying to find my screen here. Yeah, Shania Radke finishing first place with a 10.5 kilo comp PB, 490 kilos for her. Hannah Altman in second with 480 kilos. Again, massive PB for Hannah. And then in third position, Jung with 467.5. Again, numerous PBs across the platform. We've seen huge PBs from most of the women's flight tonight across all the lifters. So great efforts from them. Stick right with us. We will have the medal presentations coming up. I will quickly jump over. We'll just check the Thirds Media best lifter now after this flight to see if we've had any change. On the women's side of the draw, as expected, we haven't seen too much shift there. Shania still below this top 12 that we have on the screen at the moment. On the men's side, though, so we see all of our top 3 move up into the top 11 or 12, how many's on this screen here. Simon Shahi coming in at 103.8, Josh Takua 104.3, and your national champion, Adam Jones, 106.1 GLs.
That is absolutely phenomenal.
Huge for Adam. If I look at his GL progression over time, we have, so 104 was his best at Night of Champions, 103 at Worlds before that. So he's added 2 and a bit GLs to his score tonight. So
Chris, we saw the game get absolutely played. What a gamble by Adam Jones's corner to pull first, to think Josh Takua is going to be scared by the ghost of Simon, who ended up missing his last deadlift, putting Adam in first position. I have never seen such intensity in a deadlift flight.
And look, this is just how it plays out, right? I mean, Simon has the data where he could well have hit that deadlift, and so Josh had to block. I think it's an interesting attempt. You could have played it either way. you risk it either way, right?
Yeah,
you could have
exactly.
went lighter and then risk that Simon gets it.
Exactly. He didn't come here to play second. He didn't come here to beat Adam. He came here to be the national champion, and that's what he pulled for. Mad respect to him.
Yep.
And obviously mad respect to Simon for going balls to the walls with 360.
Absolutely. All right. We'll be right back in a few minutes with the medal presentation. Thanks for hanging out. Come back tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. Perth. That's 12:30 Sydney and 11:30 Brisbane. And we will have the under 120s, the 120 plus, under 84, and the 84 plus. There's some big battles coming up tomorrow. The under 120s is stacked with Sam Butterworth, with Josh, with Tristan,
Samisi,
Taj. Who else?
Tonganator.
Tonganator's in there as well. So it's going. Oh, and Cody Wilkes obviously
Of
as well.
course, coming into APA.
Yeah, who will be battling for that podium. So it's going to be huge. And then in the in the 84 plus, in the under 84s, we've got Yanni obviously who's going to put on a show. Unfortunately, Beth had to pull out. That would have been a great battle, but Yanni's still going to come put on a show. And then the 84 plus, where we'll see Lucy and Natalie Lalai go head to head. Will we see Nat Lalai pull the heaviest deadlift by a woman in any federation, currently at 293 kilos? Who knows? It's definitely in the ballpark. We'll see you all tomorrow morning, bright and early. Here's your medal presentation.